Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Inkling Performance Labs, presenting you with Proving Ground 17. My name is K-Bot, and I am joined by Siren to take you through the first half of the action. Siren, they have been putting me to work. I've been on 3 consecutive Proving Ground streams, and I'm supposed to be retired, so I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that.
I mean, I feel like the stars have kind of aligned for things to happen this way. No Splatoon team name pun intended. I mean, look, I'm not gonna complain about having you here.
We'll see how that goes in a bit after you figure out that, boy, this guy really hasn't watched any Splatoon, except this tournament every 2 weeks.
You know, whether you watch it or not fully relevant to me, I think. It's just whether or not it's you. Smiley face.
Well, I'll do my best, smiley face. We'll start off today with a round 2 match in our single elimination bracket. Again, reminder, folks, it's single elimination down to top 4, where it will turn into double elimination. You see the entire bracket on your screen, but we both know you can't read any of those names. Elemental is just showing you all of the cool, fancy Proving Grounds technology that we have here at IPL. But we'll be starting with a match between SynRG and LYRE, 2 teams that I imagine probably know each other, Siren, because I feel like they have squared off in more than one SAC tournament for the past 2 years.
Yeah, probably. Or they could have just been avoiding each other this whole time. I feel like there's always that one team that you know exists, plays around your level, and then you just never run into them. But I'm going to probably sound real foolish because people are probably going to be like, wait, well, hold on here. This is a lot of people. And now speaking of this, I realize I do know who SynRG is because I totally forgot before we started watching this. And hi there.
Hello.
Sponsored name. Mavi. F. Reborn. I don't know why I said the F.
What?
F. Reborn.
Okay.
Oh.
Never mind. We won't get to watch Splatoon in our Splatoon tournament today. Hope you all weren't actually expecting gameplay, because we don't have that right now.
I wasn't actually, and you know what?
That's
I'm
good.
so glad that I get this opportunity to just not commentate Splatoon a little bit more. Can you think about how like if this scene just continues one day and like what if we couldn't use the same team name twice ever? Like what if it was like a username to like a website? You could never make another team called Octopi because let's face it, there's been like 3 or 4 teams named Octopi.
This would adversely impact the like random Timmies in the Nintendo events who name
Uh-huh.
themselves Squid Squad.
Oh no. Uh, Ink Ink.
And similar names.
Yeah, Ink, Ika something. Yeah, all those. I was just where I was going with this was I accidentally made a team name pun earlier, and then I thought about it. I was like, one day there could be a moment where every single word coming out of my mouth is actually a Splatoon team name, and people are just gonna be like, "What is she saying? What kind of code is she speaking in?" Just saying all these Splatoon team names. Um, any moment I have to spute some that's not a word. Talk. That's not a fun word. About some conspiracy theory about Splatoon. This is great. I may have woken up from a nap
Siren, you've
just before
lost
getting
me.
on stream.
You've lost me. This is gonna be a fun block. I have now been DM'd and told in Twitch chat to check my DMs. Hey, this is half from SynRG. We don't try to dodge each other. I actually sub for LYRE sometimes, like their primary sub. So it's unfortunate that the first thing that that half now has to do is now has to play on SynRG against LYRE.
Oh.
Who
It's like that
sometimes
meme
they sub for and is friends for.
with the baby with the gun, and he looks like he's really like having a hard time making a decision. That's what's happening.
I thought you were about to go for the one where the guy is like holding hands with a girl and has his hands turned behind his shoulder.
Oh yeah, no. I
thought you were about to go
it's
for
the
that
baby
one.
with a gun. Yeah.
Okay. Right then, Rainmaker Manta Maria. Here we go, game 1. This is a round 2 match, so. But even still, this is the first match that both these teams will be playing, and already, LYRE's actually the ones coming out of the grates with a strong opening. Look at the 3-on situation and get the easy dunk on this first checkpoint.
Easy dunk it is. We see Reno kind of holding up this Booyah bomb here, not really sure where to toss it. Kind of gets it at the shield, but it doesn't really do a whole lot, and now we're kind of having to back up here. But with that checkpoint out of the way, that is a huge mental barrier out of the way for LYRE very early on in this game. And that's always good. That's always what you want to see, and staying alive here is always going to be a benefit no matter what. So regardless of that, it looks like they're swinging that momentum right back again into their favor with Ping getting up onto this bunker here. Not quite getting that pick, but it's going to be able to drop with the cooler.
Looking for more now, but will get closed off here, trying to make that flank approach by the longer range slosher in the hands of Pose, who's now trying to go a little bit further forward, trying to find an extra pick or two to allow the rest of these members of SynRG to come back in, but they drop the Tacticooler and don't get much value out of it at all. And it's one of the things I think with the rise of this Tacticooler meta, you don't have a lot of shoving tools to actually force your way in. The triple strikes will come out here to stall a push back from the other side, but for the moment, this one's probably not going much of anywhere. Pose indeed coming back up with the pick, and now teammate is going to come up with another. It's a 3-down situation, and finally SynRG has an opportunity for this checkpoint.
Yes, half spotting out Ping and getting that pick there as well. Now we're kind of getting on some even ground here. Both teams having this checkpoint, so the lead is really in anyone's hands. As long as they pick up that Rainmaker, which we are seeing a pickup from SynRG here. Respect getting that disrespectful kill with that Inkjet. And now we are in this, I guess, knockout territory here as we push it all the way up to 3. And we're just we're really desperate to dunk that.
Not only is it pushed back, it's basically pushed down to like -3 because that Rainmaker is behind the pedestal actually. I don't quite know how it got there, but it looks like LYRE will come in on the cleanup crew, but hold on for that moment. As now half is behind, does have to pop this Rainmaker shield, but there will be someone else back in order to clean that one up. So still the game will persist, but we are halfway home, and LYRE has a long road ahead of them. Again, how are they going to look for the engagement? These triple ink strikes are thrown towards the belly of SynRG, but they're not going to come up with much value at all. They're going to have to wait on some of these members to start coming in, get some of these picks, and that's exactly what they're doing now. They'll be looking for the push in a moment, starting to roll with this squid advantage.
Yes, and that can be kind of the hard thing about Rainmaker as well. They've now set this standard for the rest of the game, for the remainder of this 2 minutes of this match here. If LYRE is going to put a push in there, it better be worthwhile. It needs to matter. They can't just haphazardly bring that Rainmaker into the base of SynRG and expect any sort of result out of it. They really have to make sure that all their eggs are in one basket as they move forward into this game.
And it doesn't look like it's coming together now. It's 3 down as LYRE is able to clean things up, even despite some of those specials just coming online for SynRG. Now maybe they'll have the opportunity to make the push. Inkjet up, gets 1, triple strikes as well, looking for more. And look at this Ink Strike forcing some of these members around. It not able to team up with the Inkjet to actually find a few picks. And it'll be 2 down now, 3 down for LYRE, right back the other direction. This Rainmaker has spent a good majority of the game in the middle with both these teams just going splat for splat. But this time around, it's SynRG that'll get the best of this team fight. And with 50 seconds to go, all they've got to do is play defense on this right side.
Yes, Reborn holding onto this Rainmaker here, opting to just kill some time, shoot some Rainmaker shots, just allow their teammates to defend them on this right side here, where it can be really frustrating to take them out, kind of forcing LYRE into a position where they do have to approach in order to make any sort of move, and in doing so, they're risking their game status as is. And it's not really looking too well when half is in your base, just yeeting that hammer into the face of Geo and getting behind Ping as well. This is not looking like a great situation for LYRE. Even a trade with that Rainmaker is not going to be able to warrant them the results they're looking for. And half playing ultimate goalie here with 5 seconds left.
6 splats there for half at the end of the game is a large part of what bought so much space for SynRG and allows them to take game 1. But look, for a large part of that game, it was very neutral. The Rainmaker was sitting in the middle of the map, and teams were trading back and forth team fight victories. They were able to find engagements, but they couldn't quite find that second engagement to get a real push going most of the time. Although I'd say that, of course, SynRG was able to do it once, get it all the way down to that 3-point mark, and that was that. But otherwise, you know, we saw a lot of that back and forth, I think, and that just means that we're going to be seeing a lot more back and forth as we head to some of these other modes, which are less easy to just sit back and play defense on.
Yeah, Clamblitz kind of being the poster child for can't really sit and defend all the time, because the second that one defense fails, you're not going to be looking too good game state wise. And you kind of have to watch all these different angles. It's very hard to do. So ideally, most of the time, you get everything over with before your enemy team does, and you knock that out to eliminate the anxiety of just existing in a game mode like this. But that's kind of what makes it so good, right?
Yeah. That's what people play Splatoon for, I guess, is to feel that anxiety or something. Maybe?
No. Chat, confirm. Do you play Splatoon to be anxious? Just to feel again?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I guess it is a No. You're lying.
Siren, do we need to have an intervention for you now? Because it sounds like you're just in denial of everything.
Why? What would I be in denial of? Trying to make myself intentionally anxious?
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta feel something, okay? Sometimes life isn't enough, and instead we have to...
Isn't enough?
We have to compel ourselves to feel something by playing our silly little competitive video game made for children.
I mean, I guess you could make that argument for, like, every competitive game, that people are just doing this to make themselves angry. Because I feel like everyone gets a little bit angry. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Game 2 coming out. It will be, again, the aforementioned Clam Blitz here on Museum. And now Dynamo Roller out for the side of LYRE. Paired with an Ink Rush here as well. A lot more unique picks on the side of LYRE. Probably looking to do a lot of the same in terms of ink control and map control, but might be slightly slower in the process of doing just that, as Respect is able to pick up 2 right off the bat with a long range of this ballpoint, and actually trades both directions as we start things off.
K-Bot, I'm gonna let my inner demons win and just say, is this a cherry limeade comp? No thoughts.
Look like it.
It really does. Every time you just see 4 things people don't normally play, that's just like that's just the automatic thing people go to. But I have extra points because there's actually a glue gun and an ink brush
and
this
a
time.
brush.
Yeah. SynRG already getting these 2 small power clam dunks. That's not going to be a whole lot of reward this early on, but you can see so much coverage that they have here. So LYRE is going to have to work double time to make sure their plat is cleared, because all this coverage means people like Half get to sneak in onto your top left, dunk some more clams, and again, look, they're still 2 up, but they haven't really given up on this fight whatsoever. It is just going to be that ball point remaining on SynRG, but you can see this hesitancy coming out of the playstyle from LYRE here as they get back in, because they don't really know what angles they're going to be approaching from. A little bit of a disconnect that I'm seeing here right now, and hopefully they're able to smooth this out in a moment. But I feel like maybe they're lacking some sub-weapons or specials that would give them more awareness as to where the members of SynRG are, which would help avoid situations like that, which I did not hear coming, but certainly they must have.
Again, I think it's a pacing sort of a thing. You saw that LYRE was eventually starting to build up a little bit of map control, but then one single Ultra Stamp gets a pick, sends us back the other direction, and once again, it's SynRG looking for the push. They're able to find a power clam in the basket. Reborn looking to team up here as well, but there's so much pink in front of the basket that that last power clam is not going to find its mark. Nonetheless, SynRG gets this down to 25, and now LYRE really has to start sweeping through the map, but they can't, as Respect is able to hold one down on the back lines, and now all of a sudden, the options are once again limited for LYRE. How will they opt to move forward? It looks like we're going to see Trino come up with one here, and he'll be needing to come up with a few more to keep this push going. But again, SynRG is right back in their faces. It's a 2-down situation, and LYRE's push collapses.
Yeah, once again, LYRE kind of having a hard time taking care of mid and thus getting to their basket. You can see LYRE playing very defensively at this point in time, and they haven't, had much of a hard time doing this, but SynRG once again getting back into what they were doing this whole time in this game. And you don't really see it that common, like these over and over again pushes on Museum. It's usually like a quality over quantity thing on this map, almost always just based on the design, but SynRG just very dominantly is able to get in repeatedly and thus grants them the knockout for that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, I think their composition was able to hold down mid for them a lot more effectively than the members of LYRE might have been expecting. With a ballpoint back there that's able to continue putting at least an ounce of pressure onto the middle of the map, and so many other shooters also able to do just that, then you're working with things like the Ink Brush more specifically, the Dynamo Roller and the Klugas, which can be great, but also tend to need a little bit more setup to actually be effective. Paired with an Ink Brush that doesn't get that many flank angles on Museum, and all of a sudden you don't have a combination that I think really for that map is going to work. But maybe we'll see an adjustment made as we head over to Splat Zones on Megomart with a zone that is static in the middle of the map. A few more flank angles might open up and also might lead to more lockout situations, which might be what LYRE's looking for if they're trying to play a slower composition on the whole.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We've been seeing a lot of mobility coming out of SynRG so far, so I wonder if the environment of a static zone in a smaller map like Mako is going to change things for LYRE. Um, I'll be honest and say that I'm not super optimistic with how things have been changing. I feel like that first game had a decent amount of back and forth, but the second time around it was even harder for SynRG. And I will say that the objective is a little more static there. But I for your sake, let's say, come on, LYRE, you
For
are
my
going to
sake.
stay in this turn. I don't know. I'm gonna say that you're rooting for LYRE.
I am not rooting for either team here. I am rooting for both teams equally.
You are rooting for an Omega Strikers team in a tournament adjacent to this one.
That is true. I may or may not be casting Omega Strikers right after this tonight. But on that note, I think Elemental's making fun of me for saying Mako Market 2 weeks in a row, or 2 events in a row. Night Market is the name of a game, and there's Hagglefish Market too. And I think the lines are just blurring at this point, so I am misspeaking numerous times over. We'll see what happens here now, as LYRE still has a little bit of a slower composition here. The Mini comes out, and this Flingza as well, which will provide them with a little more mobility and a little faster. But hopefully it's enough for them to start getting sent up and moving forward.
Yeah, it's just gonna be that Flingza we have the POV on, and that's a tragic way to go down. Half just getting into the base once again, not really caring too much if they go down here or not, because he's causing a disruptance regardless, and that's putting LYRE once again onto this back foot here. Geo building up that tactical cooler on that bottom left, preparing for LYRE to make their way back into here, but the cooler is not going to save them, so they do have to play this safe regardless of what they do, because SynRG has one of their own. It's pretty even footing no matter what they do.
And look at the specials getting staggered on top of one another from SynRG. The tripling strikes paired with this Inkjet. We saw it once on the museum game, and we're seeing it again here. The effective range that it's able to exert on the opponents forces them all back. But now, LYRE might have found an opportunity, but they've got to make a move now before it's just too late. Looks like it'll still be a 2-9 situation. Now there's only 2 members in front of the zone as the rest of SynRG are coming back in. Torpedo on top of the zone, looking for a little bit of ink, but no, it's not enough there. And SynRG will find the knockout on zones. 3-0 for them. They'll advance and knock their frenemies out of the tournament.
Knock their frenemies. They will. The absolute disrespect of respect. In this one, not actually. Oh, we got a fist bump. I love fist bumps. LYRE doing their best. They got to round 2. I don't know if there's a bye, but look, a result is a result, K-Bot.
A result is a result. That is true. Sorry, I can't get over it. Average Splatoon fan is like, oh, look, they added something new to the game, guys. There's something new.
Hug.
Oh dear. Great play, of course, from SynRG, who will continue to advance. And now we're seeing a very advanced part of the bracket that has skipped 2 whole rounds of single elimination. There are still rounds. I recognize that it's because you can't actually see everything at once, Elemental.
I love these dots and lines, and maybe if I was an ant, I could read this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I love the sass on.
This is average Elemental stream as well. By the way, this is just, we're going to get trolled by our producer, and that's the way things will go.
Take your meds. Winning against some team with smiley face in their name to get to round 3. Oh, Ravid. Hey, yo. Pop gun.
What?
Pika Dave raiding with a party of 10. Well, I'll take that as Cherry Limeade lost round 2. I'm sorry. It's
not Cherry Limeade, excuse you. That's Cherry Hammer that was playing tonight.
Oh.
Because I guess Hammer was playing with them. So, yeah. But yes, they did indeed lose 3-0 in their first round of play to the Silly Legends. And yeah, we're waiting on a lot more matches to wrap up. So this can either be the K-Bot and Siren podcast, like 20 minutes, because it won't be an hour, third of an hour or something. Or you all can just listen to Pikmin music. Chat, what do you prefer? Do you want to make us suffer? Or do you want to just have us shut up and so you could listen to Pikmin 2 music?
Podcast. Oh, I look, the first person said podcast. I think I have to talk to you about something very important.
Uh-oh. What is that?
Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah, what about that guy? How he's overworking himself?
Yeah, yeah. Wait, but did you see the picture with the ice packs?
Did I see the pic? Yes, I did see the
I made him
picture.
compensate me emotionally for that one. I won't tell chat. Talk about Riptide. Okay, I'm not running this one. And also, Kraken Mare and Raze haven't really told me anything about it. I think they're scared for me to touch it because I'm just so good at my job. Though, I can say whatever I want because they don't work here. Kraken Mare and Raze, hand me your event and I will make it so good. I will make it the best. I will give you a map pool that's so good that people will ask you who made it every day, just so they could thank me. That was sarcasm, chat, because that happened after Low Tide City. Let's talk about that, actually. Let's talk about this. Let's put this on moderate blast on stream. Okay. I made a map pool for Low Tide City based on multiple factors, okay? I decided on some maps that were, like, not necessarily my favorite ones, but, like, I agreed upon specific objective reasons from different competitive people, players and people and TOs that all agreed why those maps should be played. And I also didn't want to have the same map played like 3 different times. And then people were all like, this is the worst map pool ever. This is awful. But then, hold on here. I'm not gonna name names. I just saw the worst map pool ever today, and that one I could look at and go, wow, this is the worst map pool ever. If you know, you know. What is that?
As it turns out, map pools are subjective. Okay.
Okay.
As it turns out.
I'm gonna stir the pot.
Oh,
I'm gonna stir the pot. Isaac, I hate your map pool. That maybe other people like it, but you know what? I'm not a big fan.
Please note that IPL does not necessarily endorse all of the opinions shared on this broadcast. Nor do I. I didn't see the map pool, and I don't have the right to have opinions because I have not been watching this. I have not been watching this game for the past 2 months.
You ready for these Splat Zones maps? K-Bot, I'll list them off for you. There's only 4.
Well, if it's a Splat Zones,
it's not Splat Zones only. No. There's every mode. Okay, here's just the Splat Zones ones. These are the cream of the crop. These are the la creme de la creme, according to this tournament. Museum d'Alfonsino. We have a Death Pit map in our map pool. We have Mahi Zones. I don't fully disagree with that one. We have Macomart. We have Barnacle and Dime. Those are the zones. Oh my god, wait. We pulled it up.
It feels like Museum and Mahi kind of accomplish a similar goal, do they not?
Yes, but Museum's worse. Yes. And then... I mean,
that's, once again, subjective, probably.
Yeah, I guess so. Look, I don't actually mind these tower control maps, but I kind of like tower control in general. Rainmaker,
It's got Popgun's favorite there.
I'm a little bit offended.
Undertow, Manta, Humpback. It sounds like we enjoyed playing Splatoon 2 a little too much. That's what it sounds like. Which is fine. Again, you're allowed to have your fun, and it's subjective. I don't know.
Why are we playing Barnacle and Dime clams?
I could not tell you. I have seen maybe one game on that map ever.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Look, I'm not gonna say all these maps are bad, but like you picked only 4 for each mode, and this is the 4 you picked. This is the 4 you picked.
Yeah, I don't know. Each map only appears twice. And it's probably also, actually, now that I look at it, it probably is a limited number of maps as well.
Yeah, but we have more than 5 different maps in the game.
Well, right, but to cut down on the number of permutations as well, you might also consider, like, having every map on 2 modes or something. And then you have to be like, okay, what's the second mode for particle time? Now, it looks like that was mostly how this was made, and then you take, like, 1 or 2 and you change them around, because you really don't like the 1 or 2. Right? Am I crazy? Because that's...
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but some of them are so different that it's basically a reskin of...
Mako appears twice. Barnacle and Dime appears twice. Haggle is another 1. Inkblot's another just 1, which is maybe a little strange.
Yeah.
Compared to what is tradition.
There's definitely more than one good Inkblot mode. This goofy music while talking about this is getting to me. Again, no hate to Isaac at all. I'm just like, let me beef a little bit because the low tide city map pool got so much heat, and for what? And for what? For us to just look at this and go, yeah.
I am going to sit this one out. I will wave my white flag. I am at the point where I cannot be bothered. I'm sorry, guys. That's like I said, I think. Look,
you have like 1 map in Omega Strikers, and it's just soccer field with a fucking hole in it. Oops, I swore.
No. There are something like 5 or 6 maps, and it's only random at the beginning, so we don't even get to choose them. We're just at the mercy of whatever the game throws at us.
You're actually telling me there's more than 1 Omega Strikers map?
Yes, there is.
No. You're lying.
The way it works is that there's typically a gimmick. So like one of them has a giant black hole in the middle that'll explode if it gets hit. One of them has like a pit in the middle, because normally you can knock players off the sides of the map, but now you can knock players into the pit in the middle of the map as well.
Museum Alfonsino of Omega Strikers.
So there are other maps, and they have different layouts for the goal barriers and such, with different map geometry and things. So yes, there is more than 1 map in Omega Strikers. But the reason why I'm sitting out of this is because, actually, this is what I was about to say. I'm pretty sure that the only reason they keep having me back is so that IPL single-handedly prevents me from completely retiring from this game. I think this is their plot, to just like keep me around for long enough until I get actually interested again. And then
no,
they'll just
actually,
be like, okay, cool.
The real reason is because, well, actually, I think you were already going to be on here before Fusion dropped, and then quit commentating to play in a tournament just to get a bye, and then their opponent's dropping, so just like sitting and waiting for like 40 minutes to play a game. So shoutouts to Take Your Meds, and congrats on the round 3.
Yeah, no, I was already supposed to commentate.
Yes.
It's like they keep having me on. I'm like, all right, sure, I'll do it. Like, I don't mind. I enjoy getting the chance to talk about Splatoon every once in a while. But I'd be lying if I said that I was paying. This is what?
Fart music.
Fart music.
Pikmin fans be like, oh my gosh, this slaps, and then it's just like, wah, 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 wah.
Are we allowed to say that as Splatoon fans?
Yes.
Really?
We also listen to fart music, but
Okay.
But like now we're like the connoisseurs, so we kind of we're like wine tasters. We're like
everybody.
it has subtle undertones.
Oh dear.
Our
Yeah,
fart
our
music
fart
is sophisticated.
Music is sophisticated.
So true. You saw that video of the person gargling to oh my gosh, the song from the Titanic?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I definitely did not.
Hold on.
I am holding on.
I'll find it. Keep talking.
Keep talking.
You weren't talking, but talk about something.
The next status update I have is it sounds like we're about to get actually just invaded by Pikmin on the stream and on the broadcast while we're waiting. That may or may not end up happening here. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, wait, yeah, now that you say this, I do think I saw this video, but yeah. I definitely did not realize the song was from Titanic because I have not watched that movie all the way through.
Everyone knows it's that song from. I haven't watched the movie. I did watch it though, and I thought it was like something corny on TV. Like my dad was watching it, and I was like sitting there, and I was watching him watch this movie, and I thought it was like some like corny like regular daytime television show because like the beginning is just like this old lady trolling these guys. I think right, which is like my necklace. I don't remember. I haven't seen it. I
cannot tell you. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, of course you did, Popgun. You were on the actual Titanic. You survived. You made it out.
Oh, no.
They had Popgun on one of the lifeboats getting off the Titanic.
This is
he just watched it in theaters as a formality to see if he could find himself in it.
Most of the time, it's me getting joked about as if I'm the old one, but instead, we're joking about Popgun. Which is big news for me, no longer being made fun of as the old guy.
He found room on the door. You haven't watched the movie, but here's some spoilers. Spoilers of the Titanic, by the way. The ship sinks. The ship sinks.
Whoa!
In the movie. There's a door, and then she floats on the door, and then Popgun was on the door. That's in the movie.
That's in the movie. You heard it here first. Now somebody has to edit that to actually make it a thing.
Spoilers of a 26-year-old movie, which we already would have known the ending to because also
because it's
also it happened.
The most famous nautical disaster ever.
Yeah. What do you think in like 100? Never mind. I should probably not finish this sentence.
Folks, I hope you're enjoying the show tonight.
Okay, you know what? I'll make it more vague. Do you think in 100 years from now, movie producers will feel very comfortable making movies about like disasters that we consider to be terrible now? You know the one.
I mean, there are already movies made about the pandemic now.
Oh no, not that one. The one from like 20 years ago.
The one from 20 years ago. Oh. I mean, there have been references to it, right? I'm sure.
Well, yeah, there's references to it and everything. I'm not gonna detail all the different medias that they've referenced that in, but it's quite wild. I mean, the early 2000s was a different time, really. People don't believe me when I talk about some of them, and I can't talk about it on stream. That's one. I may have accidentally dropped the F-bomb earlier, but this is way worse. Yeah, they'll make a romantic love interest about it. They absolutely will. They
would
will.
that actually fly? I don't know if that will fly. No.
Well, no, if it's like 100 years from now.
By the way, no pun intended, that's terrible.
It is, but like that, I'm sure like the Titanic had the same gravity to the people who died in the Titanic, right?
Yeah.
So writing fan fiction about lovers in that situation and then turning that into a film.
But it's
I don't see how that's going to be too different, because you can say it from the perspective of now, of how we view that event now, but that doesn't, people aren't going to have that same level of empathy that we do living in the direct aftermath of it.
Maybe that's in part true, but I'm also thinking there might be a chance that like culture just completely shifts to the point where we don't want to do that at all anymore.
I think in general,
there's a chance
our culture has shifted to be less empathetic. And this might make me sound like a boomer, but I do think technology is a huge part of that. I think we're just so distant from other people that we've just stopped thinking about what's happening in reality and caring about others.
Everyone gets to hide behind their screens.
Yeah.
Now I don't know.
If that becomes a trend, then things overall will shift as well. Not to be somber while we wait for
Welcome to Proving Ground 17. Cultural analysis with Siren and K-Bot. Hope y'all are enjoying the show. We've been informed that there is a round 3 that is coming real soon, as it turns out. Toadstool Cafe versus the Gerald Shakers.
Who is Gerald and why are we shaking him?
It's probably Redux on the Grimace Shakers, who are also playing in this tournament.
Why Redux?
And played last week as well. I don't know, because there are 2 names that have Shakers, and the name starts with a G.
Okay.
So, yeah, I have no idea. The Gerald Shakers are coming off of a Game 5 victory over the Silly Kitties, which include names such as, or on their 7-person roster, include names such as Ali, Umbre, Zenith, Woomy, Zengoose, and Redcap. So I have no idea who is actually playing for them, but they put on a show, and we're gonna watch what this team's all about, and see if they have a shot at making it into top 4.
Yeah. Wait, we're already there?
No, we're not.
Oh.
They have to win 2 more matches.
Okay, so see if they have a shot into making it into the next 2 more matches to make it into the top 4.
Right, but like eventually, but I can just simplify that to, if there's a probability they make it into the top 4, they have to win this match as well.
I guess.
In fact, winning this match is part of the probability of whether or not they make it into top 4. Right?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the Pikmin music play for like dramatic tension.
Oh dear.
In the absence of me responding, just some beep boop.
Classic. Beep boop.
Beep boop. Play that song that goes beep boop boop beep boop beep. No. You're thinking of the one that goes beep beep boop 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 beep. No. You've got it all wrong. Are you following?
So I am following, but I only think of the Siva Gunner edit for that.
Oh yeah.
That is set to a Splatoon song.
I don't think I've
You're
seen.
thinking of the one that goes beep beep boop beep. Bam ba-dam bam. Bam ba-dam ba-dam ba-dam. Boo doo 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 doo. It's like a single player campaign song or whatever. Actually, I think it was Octo Expansion. Now I think about it.
Which is also a single player campaign.
Which is also, yeah, true. If they win this set, it won't hurt their chances of making top 4. In fact, it improves their chances of making top 4.
Well, yes, it's the only chance they make top 4 because it's single elimination. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that one, K-Bot.
No, I mean, that was started by Popgun, so.
Oh.
You could also blame Popgun for part of that.
Okay, if we're quoting Popgun, can we use, like, in-text citations?
What is this, school?
Yeah. Tune in tomorrow for the new Squid School YouTube video upload. Where we discuss,
where we have to use in-text citations.
of Popgun,
on
yeah.
our Splatoon broadcasts. While quoting
APA
things from Twitch
style.
chat.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of my Omega Strikers commentary partners. Oftentimes will have Twitch shut up for the sole reason of stealing a joke to use on the broadcast without credit. He actually does it like once a broadcast and works it in, and it's kind of crazy.
You know what? I have done maybe at least one plagiarism related assignment for every single class I've had in this college semester. Like, even the ones you wouldn't think would have it.
Well.
I think your bud there, maybe needs to give that a shot. Really nail that into his head why plagiarism is bad.
Oh, yeah. No. Please do not plagiarize, folks. That's bad. We do not, once again, IPL does not share the opinions of everything that is said on this broadcast.
Well, I just said to not plagiarize, so.
But you said you are doing it.
When did
Allegedly.
I say I am plagiarizing?
I thought that's what you said you were.
No, I have to do an assignment about plagiarizing, so it's always like, explain why plagiarism is bad. Because it's plagiarizing, like,
Right. Well, these teams are not plagiarizing their Splatoon compositions because I see a Nautilus on one side of the map and a Carbon Roller on the other side of the map. So this should be a little more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, once this moves at a frame rate that's normal to watch, okay, this is good. This is no shade to Elemental. I was just like processing this Octo Brush moving at the same speed I see them do when they're from South America playing against them online on Wi-Fi. Not a South American problem, just a distance problem. Anyway, Captain Happy gonna pop this exit.
Oh dear. I don't even know where to like come back from that one. Because we've been a minute into the game and neither team has really found themselves getting much of advantage, but maybe they'll be able to off this Booyah Bomb. It gets thrown, trying to cancel out this crowd on the left side of the map. Looks like though Zuko will come out, pick one member off guard, and all of a sudden the Toadstool Cafe will not be able to actually move forward. And in fact, a football goes in on the other side of the map as the Gerald Shakers able to come up with a few points on the mark. They'll get it down to the 68-point mark. Captain Happy might be trying to add a few more, but will struggle on the way in, and it will stop at that 68-point mark. So, hey, Gerald Shakers striking first.
Yes, Gerald Shakers not really easing up any of this pressure whatsoever. We do see SBPC running up on this top left side, waiting for the other members of Gerald Shaker to get a clam together. We have 13 of them collectively, but really haven't done anything with it. Octobrush looking for SBPC, as it seemed, and is able to spot them out before SBPC is able to secure that pick. So that's going to work out for them really well in Toadstool Cafe's favor. However, not really getting a whole lot of follow-up here, and kind of missing the entire window there to get something out of that, considering that Gerald Shakers has now run back in and dunked in this power clam without much contest, at least visibly from our side.
Yeah, they did the exact same thing they did to open this game up. They just were able to find the opening and sneak a few power clams right towards that basket, and now get them down to the 38-point mark. Toadstool Cafe really going to need to establish themselves a little more. The problem is they don't have a lot of weapons that will establish a decent control over the map. They'll need to be playing a little more aggressively in order to find some of these picks, and it looks like they're able to find an opening here with a few jumps coming in as well, but it's only down to the 54-point mark as they'll go 3 down, and this push will close. 2 minutes left here. Plenty of time for either team to continue getting some points on the board.
Yeah, almost looks like Gerald Shaker's getting a bit too overeager getting back into this one, as well as we see the members of Toadstool Cafe kind of stacking on top of each other here, which is what you sort of want to be seeing when you're getting back into this one and trying to win these team fights. So overall, they do have to be very careful about their clam control here. There's 2 minutes left, but they do have a bit of a leeway here. Even just getting that one pity clam isn't going to make a dent in that score, and they have a bit of a long way to go. So making sure that this is going to be worthwhile for them to be popping their specials like that.
And now, the other thing that's really impressive here is the Gerald Shakers oftentimes finding duos and teaming up to enter 2v1 situations. As you saw 2 members there move forward, get a pick, and now they're deciding to move back because they don't really see another angle forward. The Crab Tank comes out of SBPC to try to establish themselves a little more, and now here comes Bazooka, which will find 1 pick, but here comes Junkie in from the side with the brush looking for a few more. It'll be 2 down for the Toadstool Cafe, and Junkie will do their best in order to try to prevent another push from getting its way to the basket, but it'll happen all of the same. As the Gerald Strikers will strike again. Shakers. I said Strikers. God bless America.
You are Omega Strikers, Pill. Anyway, Quanyo grabbing these clams, trying to move up here once again. Yeah, take a minute, K-Bot, while you figure out what you're gonna shop for at Mako Market. In these the last 30 seconds here, Toadstool Cafe trying to get back in here once again. They do have that pity clam and another one at that as well. They do notice Captain Happy is behind them, getting a little bit weak, getting into that rain. That's going to be really good for them. They actually are able to get that lead back with 20 seconds to go. Yaru just going to try and stay alive here under the basket. Is not going to succeed in that particular goal, but nevertheless, that does allow Hermit to get back in there while Gerald Shakers was focusing on getting rid of Yaru. With just a few seconds left, it's going to be overtime in the favor of Gerald Shakers. They are going to be painting up quite a bit here. They do have that pity clam under their basket as well. They haven't even actually bothered to pick that up. This is just another one that they happen to have. So getting under this here, they do need 20 more. Are they going to be able to do it? SBPC doesn't have any of their own. That's just 1 more, and that is going to be a lead switch back to the Gerald Shakers in the last second there.
Able to find it, and I knew right when we saw Toadstool Cafe go 3 members down and they were starting to come back in from spawn that the Gerald Shakers was setting themselves up pretty well for success, and indeed they find 1 pick with the Inkzuka. They attack one side of the map pretty well, and they know that they've got enough clams at their disposal in order to take the lead right on back. Fantastic play from them to get that coordinated push there at the end. That all seemed to just kind of come together. The one thing I was afraid of was Junkie on the brush, but he was able to get cleaned up fast enough, so it ended up not being that heavy of an impact. And it will be the Gerald Shakers taking it, and not the Gerald Strikers. Okay, so Theory 1, IPL foil hat theory. Theory 1, they're keeping me in this just to, so that eventually I'll catch back on and want to do more with the game in like another couple of events, and they want to check in on me every 2 weeks, so they keep trying to extend this. Theory 2, they are now just torturing me and just trying to see how far I can go in Splatoon casting without actually watching the game before I just completely fall and crumble. And that was the first crack in the armor, was me saying Gerald Strikers instead of Gerald Shakers.
What did Gerald
Those are the 2 available theories.
To strike him.
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah. Yeah. Type in chat now which conspiracy theory this is. Why is K-Bot held hostage by IPL? I'm just kidding. I'm not held against my will. Unless. Anyways, Splatzone's Hagglefish Market. Coming in next.
What a map. What a map with some walls around a zone that you can get on top of with inkjet and stand there and shoot at people. And then also, there's base, there's some tents, there's some places that people can go. This kind of sounds like the music kind of sounds like a Tom Nook's shop, but like in a weird way.
Back to the music.
Yeah, but like, yeah. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not a pick minner. Go on. What were you gonna?
Any Pikminers in chat? Well, I was going to say, I don't feel like a lot of these teams will be using the canopies very much at all because there weren't a lot of long-range weapons, but now I stand corrected as one of the members of the Toadstool Cafe is pulling out that ballpoint. It's Daybreak here, which will be standing on top of this canopy in a brilliant spot and brilliant place for this weapon. And in fact, it kind of enables the rest of the Toadstool Cafe to play a little bit more aggressively, find some more of these opening picks, and they'll get the first hold of the zone here early.
You do see a bit of hesitancy coming out from the Gerald Shakers. Not really sure what Quanya was thinking of dropping down there when they had that cooler on. I think some people, myself included, do forget that that cooler does put a bit of a target on you as well, so it makes you more noticeable to the opponent. And when you're more noticeable like that, you do risk these 4-down situations where Toadstool Cafe is now in your base, and Junkie is setting up camp, waiting for you to show your face.
And well done there by Junkie, taking care of business and now able to get yet another for the road. In addition, Seat continuing to play a role and now enabling the Kraken to come in from behind as well. Only one member goes down in this hold for the Toadstool Cafe, and now the Gerald Shakers are rushing for the zone, but it's too little, too late. And the Toadstool Cafe will equalize the set with a 100-0 knockout.
That was the right teams, right?
Pretty sure. I trust Elemental more than I trust myself right now.
Yeah, no, what? Yeah. Toadstool Cafe is the one. Yes.
I just read the scoreboard and it updated to 1-1.
Yes, correct. The scoreboard is correct. I'm having a day.
You know what? High five.
I'm having a
Me
week.
too.
I'm having a year.
I feel that.
I'm a little. How do I say this? I am spread more thin than K-Bot at Riptide 2021. That is the funniest thing in the world to you, ain't it? It's just
you don't
K-Bot
have to
jokes.
remind me. You don't have to remind me. Also, how many other people here actually observed me at Riptide 2021?
Observed?
Because out of the names
zoo
in chat,
animal?
yes, like a zoo animal. Because out of the names in chat, I don't think anyone else was there.
Yeah, it was just
I
you
could
and me
be
at
wrong.
Riptide 2021.
Yeah.
We're the only people there. How Splatoon keeps getting invited back with this bad of a turnout is
people that
beyond
go to Riptide. There are people that go to Riptide.
What?
Just none of them happen to be here right now.
What?
Yeah, actually, I was hosting the tournament for you and you alone in Riptide 2021.
I know.
Sorry. It was only you and me at the whole of the tournament.
Yeah, I still lost though, which is kind of crazy. I didn't win.
Oh dear. I'm sorry, folks. You got Siren and I on an off night. And
this is an
what
odd
you're getting
night.
out of us.
What do
To
you
those of
mean?
you watching back the VOD for your teams, hoping that these two people gave you some like actual advice on the game. I'm sorry, you're getting nothing from us. You might as well just mute the VOD and go back to VOD reviewing.
I'm here for entertainment, not for like team coaching. Like pay me on Metafy or something. I don't know. I don't have
Or
a
as it turns
Metafy.
out, yeah.
My Metafy
Joe.
is actually Metafy GG / Magic 8 Ball. Anyway. So
Speaking of people who spread themselves too thin,
Captain
that
Happy.
is the second time we made that joke
Yes.
at the expense of Magic, who is not here right now. So, 07s to you, my friend. As Not a lot of compositional mix-ups here. We see a 96 gal come out, and of course we saw that Kraken play a role in the last one here for the Toadstool Shakers. And now I said the two teams' names together. Man, I don't know what I'm doing anymore, guys. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Who up shaking the Toadstool?
Ugh.
Yaru is. As they pop that Kraken, get on that spinner, start raining some fire down. That splash wall is going to be tragic for Kwanyo as Yaru just positions himself in this very aggressive spot here. That is going to be very worrying if you're the members of Gerald Shakers. Not really having a whole lot of weapons that can dislodge somebody who's gotten onto your snipe, aside from maybe just the special usage of the crab, which it's not really what you want to be using for that purpose, but hey, Captain Happy finding an alternative, getting behind that tower, chasing a Kraken probably against his best interest. But you know, whatever you gotta do to, yeah, you know, you get Yaru out of the way, but all right, now you had all that advantage time, and here you are in mid. Okay, all right, Captain Happy heard me talking smack and gets this great pick on the junkie. I'll shut my mouth. Everything has been planned.
I was about to say, so much for all of that when you can find Zuka picks just like that one, and now it potentially opens the window of opportunity for the Shakers to start moving forward, but they can't quite seem to find their clearance around this first checkpoint as enough pressure is coming out of the Toadstool Cafe, out of that ballpoint, and indeed out of some of these members down here. SPBC trying to play patiently, trying to have some of these members of the Toadstool Cafe move further forward, but now as the crab tank might be looking for a little bit of extra pressure here, but somebody for the Gerald Shakers has got to go in if they want to try to open the window of opportunity. Otherwise, Yarut's going to be right back behind them again with a Kraken, and indeed, here it comes. It opens the window for a 2-down situation. Now the Toadstool Cafe retake control of mid.
Yes. We are watching that perspective once again of Yaru and somebody else on Toadstool Cafe getting up onto that snipe. They are holding this lead, but 26 on Surgeon Tower is really not as safe as anyone would like it to be, because safe on this map is 100 or 0 in other terms. So they're going to be definitely going in for something better than this. Daybreak understanding the position that they are holding as the longest range weapon in this entire game, and is able to sort of plant their feet on the ground and not really give up positioning whatsoever, and knowing that Gerald Shakers has to, you know, approach them at a different angle here. And a different angle is what they will be taking as they pop this cooler, getting into this push here. We're seeing a lot of similar positioning that we saw from Yaru on the side of Toadstool Cafe, or Toadstool Shakers in other terms. Will that pay off for them in the same way? Maybe not quite, but what we are seeing is some special burning coming out from Toadstool Cafe, so maybe Gerald Shakers will be able to use this to their advantage if they're able to hold momentum a little bit better.
But 2 down there is going to mean that the momentum is going to start shifting back to the favor of the Toadstool Cafe. And indeed, there's the delayed wipe as well, with the last member going down on this left side. Maybe there's a few jumps coming in from the Gerald Shakers, but they're just not fast enough as the Toadstool Cafe will reassert themselves into mid, and Yaru's got another Kraken charged up and ready. He'll be forced to pop it, now dives into the enemy court. Will find one for the trouble, and he'll be looking for the second here. In addition, is able to find it there. And now all of a sudden, we're back to the second checkpoint for the Toadstool Cafe. Yaru continues to buy space in the opponent's courtyard as the rest of the members, the Gerald Shakers, looking to try to come up from the other side, and they will clear out the members that were standing on top of the tower. With 30 seconds left, they'll have an opportunity here, but again, with how this defense has been holding for the Toadstool Cafe at around this first checkpoint mark, it is going to be quite difficult, I think, for the Gerald Shakers to break in.
Yes, we are seeing some fights getting played out on the left side as well. Not a lot of dominant pressure coming out from Gerald Shakers on this right side where the tower path is, leaving a bit of an opening for members like that ballpoint on the side of Toadstool Cafe to just set up camp. So I'm wondering how they're going to be able to approach this in this last few seconds, but I don't think I jinxed that. I think they just didn't have anything set up on the tower path, and therefore things just happened that way.
Yeah. sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? You don't quite have everything, all the tools at your disposal that you want to be there, and it's very easy in overtime to lose control of the tower thanks to a single member from the enemy team stepping foot on top of that thing. So the Toadstool Cafe will go up 2-1 as we look forward to our game 4 on Rainmaker Museum di Alfonsino, and feels like what?
The Alfonsino.
That's what it's called. Am I crazy?
A little bit. D'Alfonsino.
Sorry, I said it the American way.
Is there...
My bad.
Is there an American way? Do Americans...
Okay, the way you said it, it sounded more of a French thing.
Yeah, because it's a French way of typing. Yeah.
French way of typing.
Yeah, because it's like it's right. It is where like a
contraction.
Yeah. Yes. Ooh. I thought that was only for pregnant people.
No, that's also words in the English language. Pretty sure.
Yes. Like it is. It's the same thing here where you just say it's ITS, right? So it's right. This is D'Alfonsino because it's just DALF. It's cutting out duh or day or whatever they wanted to put there, but like yeah, it's like the same thing. We're just adding sounds. Sorry, this is like a little pet peeve of mine. And K-Bot, I think you do need to be tutored a little bit on Splatoon map names, because I think, Grandpa, you're kind of losing it a bit, and I just can't have you fall a little deeper into that hole of butchering every map.
Oh, man. Okay.
Next thing it's going to be Manta Marina.
What I found out, it probably will be that next. What I found out a moment ago was actually Elemental just gaslit me tonight, and I didn't actually say Mako Market. Elemental was just saying Mako Market in the chat.
Yes.
As a reference to last week. Because it's funny. All right. Game 4 coming through here. Toadstool Cafe looking to close the set. No real changes in the composition, maybe other than, is that a big swig roller?
Indeed it is, K-Bot. That is the big swig. We are seeing a marker and a cloud coming out here. And I guess when it's your last resort, you gotta use that to your advantage. And we do see that one pig coming out onto Junkie, almost getting another one, but having that rain cloud decides to back up, knowing that Toadstool Cafe is holding that Rainmaker. I would have probably done the same thing. That was just not the position you want to be defending the Rainmaker in at all. So Yaru is going to be getting smooshed up into this corner, gets out with a trade at least on a Captain Happy, which I'm sure is what they are going to be pretty content with at this point in time, because it just feels kind of like what Yaru's playstyle is.
Folks, please remember not to back yourselves into that corner. I see players do that all too often, including teams that I coach do that way too often. Yes, Madness, I'm looking at you. Back yourself into the corner thinking that you can fight your way out, and most often you cannot because you have limited mobility options. Not exactly the position you want to be in, but the position you do want to be in here is the Gerald Shakers, who now are moving forward with this rapid. It gets taken out after getting only one, but now they're still looking to keep the push going as they'll pick up the Rainmaker again and get this down to the 35-point mark. 2-down situation, and this will be the end of the push, but a fantastic one coming through for the Gerald Shakers.
Yes, Gerald Shaker is getting it down to 35, which is pretty decent. It's a very defendable push, but safe, not really. It kind of depends on what you're dealing with here. And you're dealing with Toadstool Cafe, who has been very aggressive this entire tournament set so far. So they do have to be very mindful of their positioning. How did SBPC go down to the Rainmaker shield from there is something else. And this is not looking too good for them. That is going to be the lead back in the favor of Toadstool Cafe, just by the skin of their teeth, by the fingers on the wall and the climbing. Something. Look, if you were here with me and Nine,
chin.
Yes. Yes.
There it goes. tries to pick this back up, but actually Junkie sticks around for a moment, might be looking to add in a few more jumps or at least get an extra pick here or there, but a torpedo will spot him out and he'll be forced to dive back off of Platt. Still looking to be a little bit aggressive, but now with the 96 cal going down without that additional support, will also likely have to back away and now opts to jump back into their side of the map. The Gerald Shakers have 2 minutes here left to go. We'll see if they can get something working, but they won't be able to right away with one member going down, and now they're starting to commit their specials, but they don't have a specific target to attack in mid, and indeed, the Toadstool Cafe will capitalize on that. 2-down situation now for the Gerald Shakers. Now make that a delayed 3-down as Yaru finds yet another, and Daybreak's with this Rainmaker, looking to keep charging this one forward. Hermit's forward as well, looking to provide a little bit extra value, and Captain Happy tries to come up with a play, but can't find it for now. Yaru forward once again on the Kraken. It will despawn, and he won't get much from it. But this will make it down back towards that 28-point mark. It will not get any more points on the board. The wipeout comes through, and now we've eaten up a decent chunk of time. Only 80 seconds remaining here for the Gerald Shakers.
Yes, 80 seconds, that's some math there. That's a minute and 20 seconds. We get back in here. They do have one down. That ballpoint's out of the way. That Octo Brush is out of the way. Captain Happy raining these shots down. It's just going to be that 96 scale. It's just going to be Yaru. And that Squid Roll is going to grant them that lead, getting down to a very nice 20 with just a minute left to go. Toadstool Cafe is now in a position where they're going to have to make some decent moves here. We do see Quanyo respawning here. We're probably going to be looking at a lot of paint output from Gerald Shakers these last 30 seconds, just trying to get these specials out, get them ready for that defensive stop at the end of the game. Not really sure what the drop in mid is for. I guess trying to stop that Rainmaker early on. But in my opinion, I think when you have this here, get into a better defensive position. Don't let the stagger start. Just play this safe and force the enemy to just get into a great wall of defense here like we are seeing now.
Junkie can't find anything. Will get jumped back with the zip cast, and now the inkjet goes up in the air here. Daybreak has to find a pick or two in order to open this up more for the Toadstool Cafe. With just 8 seconds remaining, the Rainmaker will drop off of Platt here, but it'll buy enough time for overtime to come through for the Toadstool Cafe. They've got to pick this one up, but it's getting stared right down by the Gerald Shakers, who are going to send us to a Game 5.
Hooray! Yippee! Game 5. Also, Koosh showed up.
Oh, well. Look who it is.
Oh, hey! I got another fist bump.
This is the part of the broadcast where Elemental types in prod chat that he hates spectating cooler meta, which is no surprise. We've heard that from you. I think I've heard it from you every event we've done this, by the way. Just throwing that out there. So, what am I looking at? Okay. What?
Cooler meta just feels like rock, paper, scissors to me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
How so?
I just feel like it's sort of that thing where you think rock is OP even though it's the same strength as the other two, and you just keep shaking rock and the other kid thinks rock is OP, so you're just shaking rock at each other and it's just canceling each other out because you're just shaking rocks. This music again. I can't have like an analytical discussion about shaking rocks with this. You know what? Honestly, Elemental, can you just like make that louder than us?
No, we don't.
Please. No, please. At least till the game starts.
Oh dear.
Is this like... Did I just hear a beat drop?
No, that was maybe just me laughing. I'm a little bit sick. A little snort.
No. To answer your question, we are not okay today. That's
I'm not IPL.
Once again. Okay, my bad. Both of us and IPL are all not okay today. I'm pretty sure. Actually, this is the surprising thing for me because I'm pretty sure Proving Guards was always supposed to be on the off weeks of Low Ink, but this week it is on the week of low ink, so I don't know what happened there. Somebody messed up his schedule somewhere. And we're not okay today.
No.
That one I will say on the behalf of IPL, we're not okay. And once again, apologies to those of you that are listening back to this, going like, "Oh, I hope the commentators were really excited to get into Game 5."
This is peak, K-Bot. Don't be sorry. This is peak.
Yeah, you're right. You're so right. Anyways, Game 5, and different weapons come out with the Squeezer. This Squeezer, I feel like, was supposed to be really good early on. It still is probably decent, but we don't see a lot of people actually piloting the weapon.
Yeah, that is true. We do have some very out there Squeezer diehards, but not a lot of people who just pocket it and play it for what it is. I think because there's just other things that offer the same, you know, benefits that Squeezer does, but are a lot more palatable and easy to use. So it's just not, you know, unless you are just a big fan of the main weapon, I don't think anyone's really pulling it out. And people who used to play it before just aren't as active. With that being said here, Toadstool Cafe coming really strong right out of the gate, winning that first initial fight, and as a little reward, they do get to dunk some clams into this basket here. They are on that right side, and are not really backing up once again, which it's been a theme so far. They don't back up, and they just win fights.
And for the record, they shouldn't back up, really, because the second that they do, they'll probably lose any positional advantage that they have given their weapons, especially given this Nautilus for Daybreak, which is able to slip back, grab a few extra clams, and start coming forward again. Now Junkie able to come up with one in the zip catch. There'll be two down on both sides, and now Hermit tries to dive forward, throwing a few extra clams to the basket, but no, will get denied and shut down. It's only down to the 23-point mark for the Toadstool Cafe, but I say only a fantastic opening push all around the board and sets themselves up for success later in this game. Now, basically, all they've got to do is play defense on a map where it is very difficult to get back to those barriers.
Yes, it will be kind of hard for them here. Kwanyo setting a bit of an aggressive shot call there for the members of Toadstool Cafe. I think Zuka may have not gotten any picks, but it says, hey, back off, I have a giant Inkzuka, so get behind these walls, and that does open up some things for Gerald Shakers to start pushing into this a little bit more.
They'll be looking to try to do that, but they haven't been able to find an opening now, and two members are going to go down in mid, right below Kwanyo's feet, able to take one for the road before getting taken down themselves, and all of a sudden, with an Ink Bath in mid, going to likely mean that the Toadstool Cafe will be able to regain control of mid. Zuka comes out of one side, and then Junkie's going to be sharking here right underneath this bunker, looking for his time to strike, and now will be popping out, able to find one. Might be looking for a second here, but will back on away. Two down for the Gerald Shakers. This could be another opportunity for the Toadstool Cafe to strike, or if not, to further stabilize their control of the map, as now we've passed over the halfway point.
I love seeing that with singular clam bait for the ink brush on the side of Gerald Shakers. We just saw like the no thoughts head empty running towards that little power clam on the bunker moment where Junkie was just waiting for them to do that. That was just pure art right there. You know, once again, Toadstool Cafe is going to do their best to get some more pushes in here and work towards that knockout if they can get it. But actively getting punished by the members of Gerald Shakers for showing their faces maybe a little bit too much in that effort. So Kwanyo now back onto their bunker, is applying a lot of pressure here, but doesn't quite have that follow-up from the other members of Gerald Shakers at this point in time. They're going to really have to work towards this with some special usage, and yeah, still waiting to see some of that.
Still haven't been able to find their opening, and are going to need to now, with just about 70 seconds remaining. They're starting to collapse on one side of the map, and Captain Happy's looking to cause some chaos in the green mast, but now will get taken down. and won't be able to join any part of the party here as the Gerald Shakers are still trying to regroup and are still only getting trades. They need to find these successful firefights in order to make a push opening, but they just haven't been able to string a few together. And we're down now to 45 seconds remaining without much from the Gerald Shakers. SBC pops this inkjet, but doesn't get anything for it. And they're only slowly starting to build up some map control on the left side of the map. But again, they've got to make a move, and they've got to make it soon, because they likely aren't even going to have the clams to make the push that they need to in just one go around.
Yes, it is a little tough here. Overtime is really going to have to matter if they're not going to get anything in the next 15 seconds. But Yaru getting the double with this Kraken is going to absolutely wedge in any plans that Gerald Shakers may have had, and this may have just ended it for them. I don't think they have another power. Oh, they actually have a pity. So there is a small chance at overtime here, but sitting on absolutely zero supporting clams for this is going to make it very rough. They're going to have to very much bide their time if they're even able to make it to that basket into the first place. That cooler's almost out, but we're halfway through the time. We got to get to that basket. Where are we? No.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The strikes come out there at the very end of the game to secure it, and the Toadstool Cafe played an impressive defense game there for the entirety of that game 5, and will be victorious in the set overall. Hats off to them for getting that fantastic opening push and then recognizing their win condition on that specific map, because that's not something you can do with every clams map, but certainly on Manta Maria, you can play the long game. You can play the game to lock your opponents out of one of basically 2 real entry points. And they did a fantastic job of securing things in that game 5, and will be knocking the Gerald Shakers out of the tournament.
Are you getting this, like, plot exposition in chat as well, K-Bop?
Kind of, sort of, not really.
Okay, so SBPC has provided some context, yes, that they had a plan and then Discord crashed.
Oh,
How much see, this is the point. This is the point here, where we don't critique what's happening in the game, because we don't actually know what's happening, right? We can't be like, wow, these players are trash. They don't have a plan. They're not even doing anything. Like, what are they? What is this coordination? I thought this was Clamblitz. Just to find out later on, like, that they weren't even able to talk to each other. Like, I know that's not the situation most of the time, but, like, look, again, I would rather just, like, talk some nonsense here and have it be entertaining.
And hey, that's,
trash
exactly
you. SBPC, is there a better way to say your tag that doesn't make us go on the cast? Because I think both of us tripped on that, like, multiple times.
I tripped on it too many times.
Yes.
No need to go back and listen
Frosty!
To
okay, Frosty. I knew you went by something else. Or David. Frosty Dave. I'm gonna just call you Frosty Dave.
Bracket updates, folks, in round 3. This is the round of 16. Sonder is 1-2 with velocity, which means that, well, it means a few things. Is Shy playing tonight? I don't actually know if Shy's
don't actually know. I actually asked him on Wednesday because we were looking for a commentator, and I thought, okay, well, what if we can't find anything? Wouldn't it be funny if I just pulled Shy on here? But then he didn't know.
Wait, I should be able to
I don't know,
actually.
but, like, I feel like if he is, he's probably yelling at them to get it together, because they are in game 5 against Velocity right now.
Yeah. I guess
which also you should be doing that. You should be doing the Low Tide City thing where, like, you face palm and then you get up on the stage and you're like, oh, what the frick, guys? What is this?
Yeah. To be clear, I have not done that since Low Tide for them. Like, I might have looked at, like, one set of VODs for them since Low Tide.
Okay.
So I'm not actually coaching. In fact, they were like, K-Bot, help, what do we do now that we have 5 again? And I'm like, you're asking the wrong guy.
Win? I don't know. Just say win.
Yeah, true. actually true. Play better, win more.
Play better, win more. Play
it's not
more,
play better,
win
win
better.
always. It's not play better, win always. It's play better, win more. So
yeah. Look,
yeah.
take some notes from a Salt and Pepper. You know, I'm a little. What's I don't know.
You're hyped up from the SOS run.
Oh yeah, baby, 4th place.
Ooh.
4th place, baby. Doubters on the seating council seating us exactly to win Hammerhead for the frickin' what 10th time in a row.
Doubters rise up.
Doubters rise up. I need some Salt and Pepper doubters. That's actually most people. Never mind. Don't do that.
3 of these series, by the way, going to Game 5. Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Shake Supremacy, Sonder versus Velocity, and Grimace Shakers versus SynRG. We watched SynRG earlier tonight. The Grimace Shakers was a team that qualified for top 4 last week, I believe.
I mean, that's the set we just watched. K-Bot was Toadstool Cafe versus Grimace Shakers.
No. I said Grimace Shakers, not Gerald Shakers. There is a difference.
Oh my god.
Whose turn is it to be the grandparent now, Siren?
I thought, okay, but like, no, when we got into that set, you were like, this is probably a Grimace Shakers pickup, so why is there 2?
No. I'm pretty sure I said something like not to be confused with. Because I was skimming the bracket, and I did see that the same team was entering with the same name.
I'm going to trust you saying not to be confused with when you are the confused old man in this call.
I'm the... Okay, come on.
I'll drive you to bingo, it's fine.
Man. I thought I had escaped the old allegations because we were making fun of Popgun for being old, but instead we're back to me being old.
Do you ever, like... look, I'm gonna go off topic. I'm gonna talk about Riptide again. It's as per Popgun's request. I was kind of tempted to buy some sliced cheese just to throw it at people, and now I'm thinking about it. I think it'd be really fun to throw sliced cheese at Popgun's head, but he's not going, so it's kind of like... I just want to know if it would stick.
He does have a little bit of hair, so you'd have to get it on, like...
Yeah, on the top, which makes it fun.
Oh dear.
But like, we want to throw it at Roundy. I wanted to throw it at Roundy. Sorry, I will. I'll take credit for that. I wanted to throw sliced cheese at Roundy. And if Magic is going, I think it would be very awful. But I would kind of want to see if I could like frisbee it on a Magic too, because he hates it so much. He's not listening to this stream. He is not listening. He's not listening. He won't know. He won't know what's coming. I'll convince him to go to Riptide. I'll like pay for him to go. I think he's doing something that weekend, but like whatever. I'll make sure he goes just for me to throw sliced cheese at him.
Classic.
Oh, fundraiser cheese slice on Popgun. That sounds great. Do we know anyone else who's bald, though? Because you're not going to be there. Who else is bald in the community?
Well, this doesn't have to be specifically for Riptide. It could be for another LAN in the future.
But yeah, but like, we don't know when Popgun's going to be back. We need another guy to be bald to throw sliced cheese at his head for a side event. Not a single person in this... If you got a buzz cut and you were bald after the haircut, yes, you would be bald if you were bald, Toshidaru. Why are we getting seating questions in chat? Why I just serve the food here.
No. I just
work here, sir.
Yeah. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Could you at least, like, maybe we can do some back and forth here. Maybe I'll tell you why Sonder got seated higher than Red Sun if you provide me with a bald person for Riptide.
Oh my.
There's a lot
I
of
don't
time
know what's
between these
happening
sets.
anymore.
I realized
Yeah.
I just realized now that we're not between games, we're between sets.
We are between sets. That's why the bracket screen is up and not like the thing with all of the maps. I believe we'll be watching Red Sun versus the winner of Sonder versus Velocity.
Okay, whatever that is.
Whatever that is.
If you don't
Which
maul your head
theoretically
off.
we should be coming up. I mean, it's hard for me to maul my head off when I don't know what's going on. Which is a good thing for me in this context.
I'm gonna be distracted like this entire time until I think of another bald person. There has to be more than one. Right? Like, I know we're like 90% 12-year-olds, but like some 12-year-olds are bald. Not that I wanna throw cheese at a 12-year-old.
No, you are not making me mauled.
Can I shave your head?
I was kind of sitting here to my head. No, you cannot shave my head.
Why?
I was kind of sitting here thinking, what do you mean, why?
It's like an inch long hair. Like, you'll grow it back. You won't even do it for charity.
I'm good, thank you.
Just get a popgun Halloween Where do I get that?
A popgun Halloween costume. Yeah, there's probably like a ball cap or something.
Okay.
No, Frosty, I was not molding at you all on stream. I did think the big swig pick was a little strange, but I kind of kept that to myself.
No, you didn't.
I questioned it.
It was in your tone.
But
it was in your tone.
Well,
you can't just be like, is that a big swing? And think that, that you're not judging them.
I mean, okay, maybe I am judging.
Is that a big swing right there?
That was funny because we had just talked about me being a grandpa, and if you had handed it right back to me, I would have been like, back in my day, we didn't have a big swing. Back in my day, we were taking normal swigs, and we liked it.
I think we do need to have an intervention.
Intervention for me or intervention for you, or for both of us?
Maybe
because
both.
I think probably for both of us. You queued into them with that comp and you ran it back. I don't even care if there was like context. It still feels weird to pull out a big swig at a tournament game. It feels a little weird. Lil.
Is that a cherry limey comp?
Alright. Top 8's been locked in. Healthy Diet Food Groups will take it over Shake Supremacy. Sonder will pick up the Game 5 win over Velocity. And the Grimace Shakers will pick up their Game 5 against their opponents down there as well. And of course, as I was reading it off, Elemental lovingly switched it right on over to the match screen with the outdated data. We are now on round 4. Sonder versus In Control Red Sun. And both these teams would be pretty decent contenders in top 4, but only one of them is going to make it today.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
I'm not biased. Anyway, go Red Sun.
No. You biased? No.
No. Honestly, though, Sonder should lose.
Right then.
Magic has been dipping out of this chat every time we talk about him.
Magic is at work and is not listening.
Well, maybe
just
Magic
sees
should
the
put
two
his
team names
phone
on
away.
The screen.
Maybe he should put his phone away, Mr. Boss. Mr. Boss at work.
Mr. Boss at work. There's a joke about this somewhere. Hang on. I have to go find my very specific seating.
As a fellow boss at work, put your phone away.
He can't hear you. You have to type it to him.
Okay. Put your phone away, Magic 8 Ball.
Magic's just like, what's going on? Why is everybody talking about me? Because he is not listening to us. He is not a knower.
Okay. Anyway, set of this. How do you think? Should we predict? I don't know. I don't like they're running. They're running predictions.
They are running predictions. You can get your bets in now, and you got to be pretty quick.
Who voted 80% for Sonder? Hold on, I'm gonna fix this.
Yeah. who went all in on Sonder? Because that is probably not the best strategy. I imagine these two teams are a lot closer.
Predict was custom.
Especially because...
How many points do I have? I have 20,000 points.
Most notably because Sonder is trying to figure out their new roster and what weapons everybody's playing right after they just spent like a month practicing for Gridlock. So they're trying things out, and it could be an opportunity for Red Sun to come in. I mean, I think Red Sun's been on the rise as of late. They certainly have all the pieces together in order to make a pretty decent run. So we'll see what happens. And Chatters, you might be upset. What were the odds here?
It was 80-20, but then I started spam clicking the 10 points for Red Sun, so then they closed it before I could donate, like, put all 20,000 of my channel points on this, so...
Red Sun is underdog 1 to 4.7. Wow. Okay.
Where are you getting these numbers?
Chat is brutal. You pull up the, like, the points thing, and then you click on the prediction, and then it's...
I don't know about that one.
1 point in for 4.7 in return.
Yeah.
I think Chat is giving Sonder a little bit too much credit, and I am saying that as their former coach. Shy is playing, which means that Siren will be even more biased, and we'll be getting into game 1 here.
Yeah, chat, that's my husband. Regardless, I still betted on Red Sun. Alright, so early cap from Red Sun here. We're seeing some pretty typical comps for both of them. Shy actually getting on this ball point, which I didn't actually think that he played in this game. So here we are, we're back. We rejoined Splatoon 3. I think this is his tournament debut, after quote-unquote quitting. So, you know, maybe de-rusting a little bit here, popping that inkjet onto that left side as well. And it seems like Sonder's actually chaining specials. Are you proud, K-Bot?
I am a little proud. I will say it. A little proud of what they're doing now. And now Red Sun has really got to find an opening here. This is their time to strike, but with a 2-down situation, they're not going to have a lot of tools and resources at their disposal in order to get that stability going for them. So we'll have to do that quickly here, likely starting with the triple ink strikes charged up now by Admir's Slosher. See where he opts to throw these, and here they come out now one by one, but there's no one really around to capitalize and collapse on these. Birch is in position actually to get a pick or two there, and it'll be right back capped by Sonder as Scrubs on the back line holding it down with the end zap. Now will start to get challenged, throws out the stack cooler looking for the dive on top of the zone, but Red Sun has formed back in, jumped back in, and taken back control, finding the 66-point penalty.
Yes, Age Greg here, getting back in here with this cooler, is able to afford this trade. And now it's just going to be Crim versus this Tri-Slosher, and Birch making it out on top, is able to hold onto that zone, still has that cooler buff active at the moment. Gonna cap this and pop this inkjet all while he's at it. So Birch, I mean, just playing MVP right now for Sonder, and keeping this in them for as long as possible.
We'll see now. Sonder can continue to hold this one out as some specials are starting to come online for Red Sun. Here comes the triple link strikes again, but again, someone in Red Sun's got to start moving forward, as now it's going to be Toast coming in from the side, able to catch Nico off guard, will get traded out in the process, and now it's a 2-down situation for Red Sun. All of a sudden, they're going to be forced back away, forced to regroup here, or perhaps not, as now Sonder's actually kind of clustered around one corner of the zone. They will find the cap back, and just a few more ticks of the penalty left to go here before they start threatening the knockout. Here comes the inkjet coming in from Crim on above, looking for Shy, perhaps looking for Toast there as well on the side, who is hiding on the meanwhile. That will be assist, and it will be the cap for Red Sun, once again applying the penalty. And now with the 2-down situation, Red Sun might finally find some stability.
Yes, Red Sun desperately seeking for that the stability that you stated, and I forgot the word moments after you said it, so clearly we're on a good track for tonight. Crim being a great supporter in such stability by staying on the stop mid, just staying alive, is looking at all these angles. We can watch like this I guess, perspective of just Crim's camera angles and how they observe where the members of Sonder are coming in from. So definitely providing a lot of crucial, important knowledge for the members of Red Sun as they look to be holding onto the zone for just a few more ticks, looking to overtake that lead, and it is just going to be 10 seconds left with a Red Sun holding on to that very, very, very narrow lead. No penalty for them.
Finally, the cap comes through from Sonder. Once again, coming in off of the respawn. Likely do what I have to imagine was a tacticooler earlier that's able to get them faster into the zone and prevent things from going neutral. But now, once again, it's another 2-down situation for Sonder, and Red Sun is going to have control. Now, will they be able to actually keep Sonder at bay? We'll see as that's the case, because now there's a tacticooler out in plat, and Toast is going to charge the Booyah Bomb here in just a moment. There it is coming out now as Crim's up in the Inkjet again, does catch Scrub off guard, and now we'll be looking for another one onto Toast. Look at how much pressure that Inkjet had, as all of a sudden Red Sun's going to be fronting the knockout here with just a few ticks of the timer left to go. Nico and Admir will jump back into Crim, and the zone will remain orange. 8 left to go here, and Sonder is giving it everything they've got to try to get in on top of this zone. They'll get enough ink to try to neutralize it for the moment, and now Birch is going to come up with 2 on the side. That'll be enough for the cap here, and Sonder is still alive. They'll have to fight through overtime.
We are getting into the commentary voices here as these matches actually become a little bit more intense. 10 seconds left. Sonder is going to have to hold on to this and not waver the zone, but that is a very small penalty here that we're dealing with. They basically do have to knock out, so you don't want to be seeing members going down to Inkjets and otherwise just other members of Red Sun coming into the zone here. And this does spell the end for Sonder with just a couple members going down there. It can be quite rough when you're in that position, specifically in overtime.
I'll say it, based on the perspective we had, and I, not watching the overhead, didn't see everything, but Crim's 1 Inkjet for In Control seems to have more of an impact on the game than the 2 Inkjets out of Sonder in both Shy and Birch. Oftentimes when Birch was making plays, it came because of just having that Tri-Slosher rather than having the actual Inkjet. And sure, there's probably 1 or 2 times, especially earlier in the game, where those 2 Inkjets chained together might have had some value, but Crim was able to use that 1 Inkjet much more effectively, and paired with a few of the other members of Red Sun, moving more members around with enabling a little more orange ink to the enemy plat, or something of the sort, shoving Sonder all the way back. You saw Toast running for the hills there at one point and still got picked off in the process. Crim was putting in quite a bit of work on that Inkjet, and we'll see if that's a constant. I imagine it probably will be, given the verticality here as we go, or the kind of, I guess there's not a ton of verticality, right? But there's enough to the point where I feel like it'll be annoying to be running Inkjets on Tower Control Eeltail here.
Yeah, I guess it'll be a little bit annoying. It's a really rangy map, so you do see a lot of people playing like E-Leader here when they may not normally. Though we are looking at 2 backline players out of Crim and Shy. What they want to play in this game doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna follow up with that trend necessarily, because ballpoint is just a generic meta pick as well. Everyone and their mom plays ballpoint now. So I don't think we really see the same kind of players that we did in Splat 1 and 2, where they like, oh, we play all these backlines. No, it's sort of like, okay, now I'm a pocket backline for the maps where backline is okay on this one weapon that's really, really busted.
Likely come out here again. Because Popgun called it out, I will say this as well. Yes, Toast is using the in-game name HH Greg for the month of July, because this has been a running gag for Toast for the past, I don't even know how many years, where he does this whole HH Greg takeover for Christmas in July thing. It's just an ongoing running joke that he does every year. And welcome to July of 2023, where now Toast is playing on Sonder, but gets picked off here immediately. It's a 1-for-1 trade to open up between these 2 teams. And again, the double Inkjet composition comes out of Sonder. Birch is going to be the first to pop this Inkjet and will find 1 for the trouble. And Shy will be the second here, finds another one onto Admir, and heard me talking a little bit of smack earlier. Sonder's looking to try to play this one out.
Hold you.
Yeah.
Maybe if Sonder loses, we can both cry at each other.
I have no dog in this fight anymore. I'll say it. Yeah.
You've got that dog in you though. Birch.
I do not.
Moving.
I most definitely do not.
Moving up here. Chat, type 1 if K-Bot's got that dog.
Oh dear. I'm once again, like, the teams are being like, oh, I hope the commentators said some insightful words, and instead we're talking about whether or not I have that
I don't think either of these teams are expecting that out of us specifically. Maybe others, but I don't think these
Probably
two.
not
No,
these
maybe
folks,
Sonder might have an expectation of you.
Maybe.
But you're just you were the first choice, and then like Henlo was like, we should get Syra to coach us because that's like K-Bot but from the dollar store. It's the same thing, right?
Meanwhile, Sonder has been pushing down to this first checkpoint here, as we are 2 minutes into the game and have barely talked about it. They're struggling, though, to really find their mark past this checkpoint, as there are plenty of resources for Red Sun to continue holding here. Birch might come up with a pick, but Sonder is going to get a delayed wipeout against them, and Red Sun will have the opportunity to move back into mid. This tactical cooler comes out here as well, maybe allowing them to get into mid faster, but it'll likely expire before the next firefight happens. So we'll see what happens now as Red Sun looks to force the issue.
Yeah. They're doing the thing on Yelltail where they play the game and then they move up and they play it some more. I don't know what's happening. Oh, what? Was that an exhaust assist from Grim? From the exhaust on the jet?
I don't know. I was
which
too
is
busy
making the
closing my eyes
exhaust.
and slamming my table.
Well, Popgun, there's your evidence of dog. Birch is here.
How is
I'm not commentating. I'm done after this stream. No more.
No more.
No more.
No more. This is the one that does us in. All right, minute and a half left here. For the record, we haven't missed much in the game, really. The teams have just kind of been trading in mid. And not actually finding concerted efforts and pushes. Here comes Sonder once again, but without very many specials to their name. This one might also be ending pretty quickly as Critten's able to pick up one in the inkjet, resets this tower right back to neutral, and it's right back ping-ponging over to Red Sun, who's now looking to try to assert themselves. But again, without 4 specials online, they can't really do that. They're met with an inkjet on the other side. Scrub's able to come up with 1 pick. It's a 2-down situation for Red Sun again, and Sonder will be back to approaching towards this first check.
I'm trying my best to get excited about this, but both of these teams haven't pushed past the second checkpoint on Eeltail. I'm trying really hard here. Birch getting alone there. That's gonna be a wipeout. This is finally Red Sun's chance to get into this. They're gonna maybe get on the tower one day.
And look!
Okay. Looking.
Well, I mean, all they've got to do is touch this checkpoint, basically, right? And right now, Sonder doesn't have any resources at their disposal to ship them away. Shy is there, though, with the main weapon. Krim comes up from behind, and Shy's turned away, so Krim's actually able to find the lead for Red Sun. It's a 2-down situation for Sonder here, and Red Sun is looking to try to actually push through this checkpoint. Now they're all trying to go for Shy, or Toast, actually, there on the top side. He will get taken out in a trade, and Red Sun will maintain control of this tower. With 16 seconds left to go, they're looking to hold the tower here. An inkjet comes out of Birch, able to find one. Now looking over for Admir, will force the jump away, and Sonder will once again have the opportunity in overtime to push this one back the other direction, but there's so much blue ink in the way that Sonder won't be able to step on top of the tower, and it's Red Sun rising again. They are now on set point.
Yeah, I think somebody said earlier in chat that Sonder was gonna win Eeltail. I think that was Frosty. What are your thoughts now, bud? I'm sorry. I'm calling out specific people in chat.
You are just calling out chatters now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Although he did say
it's been a very interactive stream tonight. It's been a very yeah. It's a meet and greet.
Folks, we regret to inform you that after this set, Siren and I will give it over to Popgun and Brush, who may or may not continue interacting with chat. So that's up to them.
I did
Popgun might.
Popgun
might consider, Popgun might consider treating his own tournament a little more seriously than we are, as
perhaps
like circus music plays in the background.
We're warming up chat.
What is this song? What is this song?
This is the one that gets you?
This is the one that gets me.
One of the stock
Specifically,
tracks?
it was the chimes. Specifically, it was the chimes where I was talking about us interacting with chat and maybe them wanting to treat the tournament more seriously. And this literally just sounds like something you'd hear in a circus movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like one of the stock music tracks that you can put on the rides in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Did you play that game? Did you get it from a cereal box?
I did not play that game.
Okay, maybe I'm old. Who played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 from a CD-ROM they got in a cereal box? Raise your hand.
I played...
Ruber Tang! General Storm!
I played Zoo Tycoon. I might have been 2.
Why would you say me and then not me?
DS.
Oh my, how old am I? Hey.
Not that old. Okay, folks, game 3 here, where Red Sun is looking to 3-0 Sonder and prove most of you, actually not most of you, about half of you in chat wrong. But it'll be a massive payout day for the folks that predicted Red Sun. As we head now to Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge, compositions mostly remaining the exact same here. Which means that we're going to need to see some more value come out of these Jets. Again, they're going to need to come up with 2-3 down consistently for Sonder if they want to actually get some of these pushes rolling. And early on, we're seeing trades. Shy's up first in the air with that Inkjet, and it will be this 2 down, which should enable this push. Now, Birch is in position to continue pushing this one here, and the checkpoint should fall. There it is.
Yes, Shy knocking that Rainmaker here, and they are going to be going in for more very quickly, trying to use this optimal window that they saw here as quickly as they can. But the double ink strike set from Red Sun, not even sure where that's coming from, is going to stop them as they get back in here. So not getting too much progress on this, but Shy just... okay, out main weaponing Nico in close range against the 52 gal. We'll take it.
Now we'll get taken out by the ballpoint in midair while trying to pop the Inkjet. Roller coaster of emotions there for Shy, but nonetheless, it'll be Red Sun picking up this Rainmaker, and Krim is on the grates here, but you've got to be careful when there are things like the sloshing machine around. Toast is able to pick up that one, and now will be throwing a Booyah Bomb towards the bottom side with this Rainmaker. Beam will start running away, but it'll get collapsed on by the members of Sonder, and Red Sun will not be able to pick up the checkpoint this time around, where critically, Sonder was able to the first time, and so now it should be a little smoother sailing as they try to make their approach to turn right around this corner.
Yes, Christmas in July here for HH Greg Toast as he drops here on the bottom right. Not quite getting the deal that he wanted out of it from Nico, but again, they're still holding on to that very narrow lead right now, so maybe using this to their advantage while they still can. They do have that checkpoint to lay back on here as Red Sun approaches and makes their way to it. They still haven't not gotten that back.
Will be the checkpoint falling, and now Beam is going to pick up the Rainmaker again, getting the lead here for Red Sun. Toast is going to be able to shut down the push of the Rainmaker any further past 42, but it is a little bit past that corner, which means it'll be that much more difficult for Sonder to send this back around. But look at this! Nico able to come up with a double, stalling the push, will get eliminated nonetheless with that Inkjet coming through from Birch, but again, that stalls out any momentum Sonder might have had. Now Birch is basically alone and will get easily picked off in mid, and all of a sudden Red Sun is knocking on Sonder's doorstep once again.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't look like they're really giving this up at all. We do see Admir coming up onto this right side, kind of waiting for the objective to catch up with the rest of Red Sun here and just waiting for optimal times to move things around. Toast noticing an opportunity with those ink strikes coming out, seeing a bit of a vulnerability coming out from Red Sun in their somewhat defensive positioning here. That is going to be a grab, probably not really for points, but just to stall Sonder out and force them to pop that Rainmaker shield once again. 1 minute left. They don't have any checkpoint to deal with here. They really just have to stay alive and win a fight in order to contest this at all.
They didn't do it here. 2-down situation for Sonder as Red Sun will move this Rainmaker right on up again over to this right side. Once again, knocking on the doorstep. Inkjet up the air. Now Toast trying to dive in for the Rainmaker pick, but also gets taken down. And with the 2-down situation, there's just a few members of Sonder alive, keeping this Rainmaker at bay. They don't want to let this Rainmaker go any further past where it already has. As more specials start to come online here for Red Sun, the strikes coming out, trying to force some of these members of Sonder back. But again, the line right now is being held. Now, Admir starts to break through, gets a pick on a Toast, but here comes both Inkjets out at the same time. Shy will get taken down, and now Scrub gets taken down as well. The Rainmaker might have fallen for the moment, but Admir is still online. That means this is going to be even more pesky for Sonder to fully clear out. Just 30 seconds remain here, and Sonder still has to make a push to keep this set going.
Yeah, Sonder is desperately trying to stay alive in this. They are going to have to make a push, like you said, in these next 20 seconds here. I do feel like Red Sun is maybe playing this a little bit risky by not watching their backline a little bit more, and that ballpoint being out of the way is going to at least get things rolling in motion for them. A good hit coming out of Shy on Admir is also going to help as well. Beam Shy pulling weight, getting 3 in a row, but oh my gosh. Sonder is very, very, very much in a dangerous spot here. They have quite a distance to go. In overtime, they can't risk anyone going down. But if you were watching Gridlock this weekend, we know that Scrub has some schmoves on the Rainmaker on this map. In particular, will he be able to replicate them once again for this tournament?
Specials coming online here. Here come the strikes. This Red Sun tries to find a pick onto the Rainmaker. We're down to about 30 seconds remaining on the Rainmaker's timer here. And now the Inkjet's up. Krim is looking for the critical pick onto the Rainmaker, but now it's starting to get shoved away. There's still not enough purple ink right around this area, as we're probably close to about 20 seconds. Toast up in the Booyah enables Birch to go forward. Birch is able to find one. Shy's forced to jump back out of the Inkjet, and Scrub's made it to the checkpoint area. Now just needs a little bit further to keep going, but it'll get taken down by the ballpoint from Krim. It's Red Sun that'll move on to the double elimination top 4 phase, and Sonder that'll get taken out of the tournament.
Very, you know, I wouldn't be mad at this run getting back into this if I was Sonder, but you know, it does hurt to not quite go a little more even with a similar seed to you, but we do have to give credit where credit is due. They did play this very well, and the games were incredibly close. It was just that one extra element that Red Sun had every game that was able to clinch them those victories.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 3-0 GGs, but it was close, you know, sort of a thing.
Sendo
if you're
bio.
Sonder. But look, again, right, like, as I was alluding to earlier on, with Shy back on the roster, they are trying to experiment. They're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And this is one of the ways to do it, is just run into tournaments and see what happens and see what works and what doesn't work. And it sounds like they'll have to go back to the drawing board. And in fact, I think I'm going to drop a message in the server after I sign off. Because that was the first actual gameplay from them that I've watched in a while. So, but hey, what in the world do I know? I just show up and I watch Splatoon like basically once every other week nowadays. So, yeah, that's that.
Money sounds in this song.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
the
on.
fart trumpets.
Hope you all enjoyed the show that Siren and I did. It was a show of all time, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Siren, anything you got for the crowd?
I really don't. I mean, I guess thanks for Thanks for bearing with us through this
Yeah.
honky tonk stream.
I don't know what just happened.
And I'll be real lucky if Popgun invites me back for this, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
You and me
I
both.
think we got good chat engagement, which, like, if this was YouTube, that'd be great, but I don't
Right.
think it matters here. But look, engagement makes entertainment.
Once again, Brush and Popcorn will be coming up next for the both of you. They may or may not be watching chat more than we were. Probably not, because they'll actually want to. Popcorn will probably want to take his own tournament even moderately seriously. Although we said this was the hobby because Low Ink is the one that keeps the lights on around here. Nonetheless, if you have no care in the world for Splatoon like me and want to see Omega Strikers content, I will be also on another broadcast in just a bit. So I'll probably drop a retweet or something that you can see.
Don't
That's
watch
that.
it. Keep watching Proving Grounds.
Yeah, keep watching Proving Grounds. I mean, no one actually cares about Omega Strikers anyway around here, so that's fine. Folks, that's it from us. Stay tuned, because Top 4 is on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Proving Grounds 17.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the top 4. Why are you laughing?
You
The
got
top 4
out.
of Proving Ground 17. I am Popgun, joined by Brush, who has heard that intro maybe 200 plus times, and that's the one that got you? What the hell was that?
You just thought you got to the back and you just kind of disappeared for a moment, and I was like taking notes. I'm like trying to analyze this intro, and I can't learn anything from this one. Your microphone ate shit, and you weren't there anymore.
Oh my gosh. 2 seconds in, you already dropped an S-bomb on the IPL channel. Well, here we go. This is how this night's gonna go. Moonlight is gonna be taking on Grimace Shakers. And by the way, if you're somebody who wants this to be a single elimination, wants this to be a double elimination tournament, it is from here on forward. These are the top 4 teams. Moonlight is a team I'm actually kind of excited to see right here. This is a couple of players from Good Morning, which disbanded like a year ago. And then they threw in Basil, who retired from competitive Splatoon like 2 months ago. And honestly, 2 months retirement is a long time in the scene. So obviously coming back is pretty strong. And who's their 4th? Nolan, picking up SS Nolan, a former Splattershot or K-Pro insane player from back in Splatoon 2 the last time that we saw them. So I have no idea what Moonlight's comp is going to be. Could be a Charger, could be a Carbon, could be a K-Pro. Could be honestly, with Shadowwind, could be a Tint. Saying all those weapons out loud, I don't know how that would work, but that is something that we could see here, although we're probably just going to see a bunch of splatter shots. From the Grimace Shakers, we're going to see a roller out of King Ja. And I don't really know what to expect out of Femboy number 2, like personally. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that comes to my mind, I'm just like drawn in by Grimace's face there. I would love to talk more about the 17 splatter shots we're gonna see in this set.
Okay, last Proving Grounds, they misspelled their name. It was like the Grimes Shakers, and they came into help desk and were like, "Hey, can we?" After the tournament, can you fix it for us? And we're like, no, because it's funny. You're going to be forced to keep it like that. So they didn't like it. Now they're back to normal boring old Grimace Shaker. That you can't get that anymore, can you?
No, it's gone. I went to a McDonald's recently, like right before it was gone, and the ice cream machine was out, so I couldn't even get me a Grimace shake. I was really bummed. Yeah, I just got a Happy Meal instead, and they gave me the wrong toy, which made me excited. But
okay. Did you have the Grimace shake at any point? I don't even know.
No, I never got it. I never got it.
What was the flavor? Was it like berry or something?
I feel like it could have been. I will tell you that in their game chat they are now talking about Grimace shakes as well. So
okay.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're listening in. They should probably focus on playing the game that is now starting.
And now the game has readied up. We see the roller and a stamper coming out from the side of the Grimace Shakers. Not to be confused with the Gerald Shakers who you saw earlier on the stream. And there we go, coming out from the side of Moonlight. That is a Deco Wiper, Rapid Blaster Deco. There's 3 Deco weapons to go along with the Soda in Zap. So there's a little bit of interesting things going on there from Moonlight in their first appearance on stream.
Femboy 2 popping that crab early. They're not actually able to find much off of it, though. Getting a quick pick here as 3 specials come out on the side of Moonlight. That's a pick from SS Nolan there. There's 2. That's a huge advantage here off the opening. And on a map like this, where if you can kind of get momentum starting to move, you'll really be able to carry that through. Nolan getting a nice, I think that was a full 4 or maybe just 3, but look how far up they're set up with this 96 scout. That's going to control so much space on this first one.
Yeah, and that's really what you're trying to do with that weapon, with the range that it has, with the kit that it has as well. Kraken getting canceled? Excuse me? Was that looked a little bit odd there, but that's what you're trying to do with that thing, just space people out. Same kind of, I mean, it's not the same concept as the K-Pro that Nolan was using back in Splatoon 2, but I guess the range is slightly similar. Regardless, they know how to use that wall. Stan says the hell with her wall, I'm going right through it.
That was a wild sequence. I've never seen a wall quite placed so strategically like that, and then just ignored. That was A beautiful play to finally get this tower reset and push back to mid, though. Nolan, 2 crabs into this game, does not seem to have any signs of stopping as they pop that juice, grab their refreshing beverage, and once again, just steamroll ahead with this tower now. Move up right side.
Shadow with some juice in them ultimately gets taken down on that left side. Shadow on that inzap, not using the tent umbrella that honestly I feel like has been used a lot in JP tournaments. Unless I'm wrong, I feel like it's been kind of increasing its popularity as of late. I don't know how it would work with the rest of the comp right now, but for Moonlight, it doesn't really matter. They're kicking butt right now. Basil getting good control of this middle area, trying to guide this tower past the second checkpoint, or up to the second checkpoint, which hasn't really been cleared yet. But yeah, so far, it's just been a lot of yellow on this map.
And that speaks, I mean, testament to how well members of Moonlight have been able to keep the momentum forward. It's not only about finding these picks, but it's about finding them at the right times, and being able to always kind of have one down has allowed them to get 25 points now and finally retreating back here. Finally, they don't seem to have the player advantage, and it looks like the map is going to switch to purple, but Grimace Shakers, with their appropriate color here, they're going to have to find some picks and find their own momentum forward, because for now, you know, they're just stuck in a neutral game where they don't even have special advantage.
And it sucks if you're the roller, because when you got so much enemy paint on the map, there's nowhere really for you to go. You just gotta fire a curling bomb. And oh, by the way, if you don't pay attention to the tower, you're gonna have Omega just falling asleep on it and clearing the second and third checkpoint on top of that, finally coming back there. But yeah, that's the equivalent of somebody sneaking up on the Rainmaker and just running away with it. A little bit harder to do with tower control, but Grimace Shakers was so invested in trying to just get some paint down that they completely lost track of the objective.
Which is like the right call. They just didn't check all their checkboxes. They didn't check all their bases. And that means that now they have a much larger hill to climb, trying to push back in. Not to mention, we're already 4 minutes down on this clock. Moonlight with 3 picks. I mean, it's hard to keep finding things to say when, yeah, the map is this yellow, when there's been this much domination from one team. The best thing you can do, I think, if you're Grimace Shakers here is, like, you know, finish this game, get through it, give a good fight, but what are you doing next game to try to give yourself a better shot?
Well, you're still trying to win this one here. Look, one solid push. You get King Jaw able to move up there. You took care of Basil, so like the semi-anchor players can take care of, but you forgot that there's a Kraken with a Nolan kind of taking care of business and just completely destroying everything.
Didn't find that pick. An inch there from death. They're going to find it now going back, but Michi able to find a trade out of that Nolan. I'm sure very upset the Kraken hitbox didn't quite find that one. We got 20 seconds left here, so Moonlight, they don't need to be pushing if they don't want to, but they're pushing the tower ahead, and that's, I feel like, how I've seen some stories start with this kind of hubris, pushing a little bit too far late into the game. So we're going to have to see if Grimace Shakers can find an opportunity in here.
Yes, judging by how silly both teams were in their Battlefied chat, I'm sure hubris is something both teams are really struggling with here. Oh, or by the way, you can just use Kraken and get on tower and GG. Moonlight takes game 1. So there you go. Moonlight able to dominate from start to finish, and they take game 1 here in top 4.
Who needs GG Ray or GG Booyah when you just got a massive squid that can kill everything? I mean, I feel like when Kraken was announced, everyone was kind of like, are we sure about this thing? And I blinked. Like I went on a walk, and all of a sudden it was the center of our meta. I mean, replacing crabs with a bigger, scarier cephalopod.
Okay, so it was just broken when it first came out. Like, there was no way to get it off tower before. Now, you still can't kill it, but you can throw ink strikes, and that still, like, pushes it very far away from the tower. Also, you could really cheese Clam Blitz with it. They fixed it to some extent. But you still don't really see Kraken use that much, and I think it's just because it's not on a lot of weapons. It's on heavy deco, but not many people use that. It's on the 92 or the 96 deco, which you saw Nolan just use. But for some reason, people just don't feel comfortable using that weapon as often until I think it was I think it was Melon who won a tournament with it and was like, why is nobody using this? And then all of a sudden everyone was like, oh, right, that's a good weapon. We can just throw wall and we got a bunch of range. And yeah, there's some RNG, there's a lot of RNG to it, but if you kind of know how to work your way around that and spam your Kraken, it turns out it's pretty good.
I mean, that's how it always seems to go, right? It's someone has to prove it worthy. And I always think back to end of Splatoon 2 meta, right? Like everyone was complaining about the armor missiles combo. And I'm like, I was just waiting for one person to do something else that would succeed. And I felt the same way, in this like double crab meta we saw early Splatoon 3. Like we were just waiting for one thing to happen, one new update, one new patch, one new proving. And that's a great segue into our game 2 here of Proving Grounds. I start to choke on my own saliva.
Basil dropping the Rapid Blaster Deco in favor of the ballpoint. Femboy number 2 is going to respond in kind. Literally the same exact build on those ballpoints as well. So Nolan's still going to be rocking that Kraken as we come to Rainmaker here at the Undertow machine on the side of Grimace Shakers as they're going to be looking to arc some shots on this slopey map at times. Right now, Grimace Shakers trying to get control of the left side of the map here as they're going to try to go for the longer route to the pedestal, a little bit safer one as though, but they're not going to be able to control mid as Nolan's going to flank around the backside. We're just going to get used to seeing this. Nolan just going for the spot that nobody's looking at, getting the pick, building up Kraken. Now, before you know it, you got a Kraken attacking you from behind, and then an Inkjet and some missiles coming in from the front. Actually, no, that's the Hammer.
Zipcaster came out there for Grimace Shakers, and it found space in the front, but it left the Rainmaker alone. So when you're popping specials, even in a case like this with Inkjet, you have to make sure your Rainmaker is safe. But in this case, 3 picks down. Shadow's able to grab that Rainmaker for a second time here. Huge points on the board, but a nice Inkjet there, I think, for Femboy to just find a quick defensive resource as Omega says goodbye.
If I could fall into the sky, do you think the Kraken will steal the Rainmaker? Anyways, wow, okay, calculated, throwing them off, but as long as they still have a Kraken, there's nothing they can do about it.
So, yeah, I mean, finally, looks like this push is over. Michi grabbing that Rainmaker, able to drop it down to mid. 23 is beatable, but it's an uphill battle once again for Grimace Shakers, who in this game looks like they had the first opportunity. I mean, it looked like they were setting themselves up and moving. So if Tower Control taught us anything in a single moving objective game like this one, it's that if you're Grimace Shakers, if you end up behind, you're struggling to find a way back in.
It's so Nolan's just having fun. Okay.
Oh!
Yeah, this weapon's clearly
Okay.
stops. What else can we say right now? You take somebody who's used to using weapons at this range. It's a 2-shot weapon. Yeah, it's got some RNG. You still just gotta land 2 shots. And oh, by the way, you just get another Kraken ready to go. You start pushing up yet again. This is why do more people not use this weapon? I don't understand.
I mean, but I felt that way about 96 in Splatoon 2 even. Like, it felt like it had its opportunities, and I mean, Kraken's just busted though. I think you're right that's not a. I mean, either way, like Nolan is proving it works yet again. The question is, the rest of the scene gonna be able to read off of this and take this learning experience, make something happen? Omega's not gonna make it. Oh, but
still, that's just Omega going wherever they want to go, and Nolan's doing the same thing except on the opposite side as well. Moonlight has so much map control, they can just do basically whatever they feel like they want to do. By the way, the Rainmaker still picked up yet again 2 players down from the side of the Grimace Shakers. Here comes Basil trying to create some air support to guide in that Rainmaker, getting a splat on their ballpoint counterpoint as the Booyah Bomb finally takes care of the Rainmaker, but there's still plenty of players left alive, and a Kraken ready to go. Oh, Nolan squid surges into the Rainmaker, and now it's just going to have a little squid party, the enemy ink there, but still, they're allowed to make those kinds of mistakes because they have so much map control. They're just going to get right back in the mid anyways.
Yeah, and it's not even that Omega's playing this crazy skirmishery or going for these wild flanks. It's exactly what you said. They have the map control. They have the safety to do this crazier stuff, to do this more fun stuff. Because Grimace Shakers is opting to play like with these wild, flying, arcing, like attempts at getting rid of phase on misplacing them. Like, it feels like they're trying to call a target and focus them, and that leaves the other side of the map wide open because they just haven't been able to put paint down yet. So 30 seconds left, and this game looks like it's once again put to bed easily by Moonlight.
Yeah, well, I mean, anything can happen. It's not going to, but it can, technically, here. If you're going to do anything, first off, step one, you're going to have to kill Nolan twice because they got juice in their system. And, well, maybe 3 times if you got to wait for this Kraken to go down first. You got 10 seconds left to go. You got Moonlight, not really sure what they want to do with the Rainmaker, holding it forward into the Inkjet. I guess just to try to make things a little bit interesting. Nolan trying to get 20 splats before getting taken care of. This is going to go to overtime. For how much longer, we don't know, but there's a shot.
Okay, Michi holding the Rainmaker, moving it to the left side, opting to play super safe, backing up, but that's going to cost them a couple of ticks there as Grimace Shakers finally setting up ahead of the Rainmaker. Almost halfway through their timer here, they have to find a way to this pedestal, but they're staring into 3 players, and there's the Inkjet out. They're now 2 down. They're backing all the way up, and that's game 2. Moonlight taking that dominantly.
Moonlight going up 2-0 in this set. Dominant, yeah, just kind of, they looked like they were just kind of playing around those first couple of games, honestly. It looks like they were just kind of doing whatever they felt like doing, but that's when you have that much map control and you're winning every single fight and Nolan is getting 6 players splatted before they get taken out, you got to feel pretty good. I'm sure they're having a good time right now. Now, to go back to your earlier statement about why we didn't see 96 in Splatoon 2, the vanilla kit had Sprinkler and Ink Armor, which was fine. The problem is if you wanted Ink Armor, you could get it better from Zapper Jr. all the time. The second one had
Splashdown?
Yeah, it has Inkwall and Splashdown, which again, it has its uses, but as far as the meta is concerned, maybe not so much. What makes it work out in this game is because it has Kraken, and there's only like 2 other weapons that have Kraken. So that's what gives it such a huge advantage in this game. And yeah, as people start to realize, oh, I can use this special. Oh, wait, the rest of this weapon kind of mow people down as well, as Nolan has found out. And, well, Grimace Shakers is getting the first-hand demonstration on this set as well.
Yeah, so Grimace Shakers gotta take the next 3 and gotta do one of them on tower control, but they're not thinking about that yet. They're stuck in Clamblitz Gorge world.
Scorch Gorge. Scorch Gorge.
I need to make sure that I keep up those vocal warm-ups into the future here.
You're gonna need them.
Yeah, I mean, with my choking earlier and tripping over my words already tonight, I clearly skimped. Did not get my opportunity.
I don't think it matters how many times you say "scorch gorge" in warm up. It's not going to prevent you from drowning in your own spit. All right, but it's always worth a shot. Glam Blitz coming up here. Grimace Shakers trying to extend the set, maybe hoping to force the Ink Plot Art Academy.
Oh. You know what? You know the worst part about this, Popgun, is that I have to do this again with you on Sunday.
Okay,
like, I'm
yeah,
not
but
done.
We'll be more buttoned up on Sunday, though.
Normally, we'll have to like pretend like it's a big deal, because it is a big deal every low ink. But I normally get like a month off. Like, I don't have to do this again. I get 4 weeks to like find myself again after forgetting who I am. Moving.
The Grimace Shakers are going to have to find themselves again after taking 2 straight L's, going back to pretty much a similar comp. It's all about finding ways to get more paint onto the ground and let King Jaw rule with that roller. There's just nowhere for them to go as they see them just trying to hug that wall up top there in mid, just looking for an opportunity to get a splash. Somebody coming around that left side, but doing a good job of keeping the distance. Nowhere for that roller to go. Gets taken care of, and Moonlight's picking up right where they left off.
Led once again by Nolan, doing a great job taking a ton of space ahead of that basket. 53 points early now, 30 seconds into this game. And look at that SynRG. Omega recognizing that Nolan was under attack, and able to rotate around to the side. They're going to ultimately go down, and that's going to stall out this push for at least a little bit more pick. There's Basil going down, but Shadow able to stay alive, hold a little bit of space, and keep Hate down. That's going to hold them back a little bit, but this is the first time Grimace Shakers have, been pushing up and finding picks. A 3v3 situation off of a man advantage. That's big for them so far.
You're exactly right. I mean, they had to sacrifice 59 points to do it, but they finally had to get control of mid. And as soon as they did, they lost a player in a trade. Finboy popping off that inkjet in an awkward spot, landing right into a wipeout. And Moonlight's going to say, hey, you didn't capture control of mid like you probably should have, and we're going to punish you for it. And look how quickly they're moving right back into the action, popping the basket. Nolan in a good spot to take the fights and keep the distraction away for the rest of your teammates to come in and score. Dropping down here, trying to get rid of Stan, though, who's doing a good job of luring some players away from the basket. Maybe they'll buy some time for the rest of Grimace Shakers to get back in there. It looks like the answer is going to be no, and Moonlight's going to put the Grimace Shakers to bed right here. 3-0, goodbye.
And all of that thanks to how well Grimace Shakers was taking control of mid. I mean, what a wonderful play in favor of Moonlight they just gave. A bummer, though, for Grimace Shakers, who, facing the same fate as their McDonald's counterpart. Grimace, their last shake here tonight. Not quite, though. No, sorry. They go down loser's bracket because it's now double Elam. It's top 4.
Yes.
So they haven't grimaced their last shake yet.
They haven't. They have an opportunity to still win this tournament, although Moonlight and Tempest are looking to be the two best teams right now. And rightfully so, the 1 and 2 seed. By the way, shout out to the people actually running this tournament. That would be Wolf, the lovely and talented Wolf. Of course, Toasty being a help throughout the week as well. And Liz, Broshi, Sapphire, who do a lot of work behind the scenes. This is admittedly a pretty stupid easy tournament to run. Single elimination's great. Half the people that would flood your help desk are eliminated in about 20 minutes. And the only work you have to do is to get commentators lined up, get the graphics ready to go, get the seating done. And the staff behind the scenes do a fantastic job of that. When JPEG, when I said I wanted to do a tournament like this, and then JPEG came to me and was like, hey, I got this idea for the overlays and the production stuff, call it Proving Grounds. And was like, oh, that works out great. And then Wolf and Toasty were like, hell yeah, sign me up. I want to be a part of this. And the rest of the staff as well. They've done a fantastic job. And I hope you guys, the idiots in chat, do enjoy this tournament. We do try to make it different, something that you don't see in every other tournament. I know there's plenty of other events you could be watching. And quite honestly, I've been watching some speed gaming. There's like a Zelda 1 randomizer tournament. If I wasn't doing this right now, I'd be watching that. But you guys are watching this here and watch it every single bi-weekly, hopefully. And we appreciate you. And we appreciate the staff who run this event as well. Shout outs to Toasty and Wolf.
That's bingo, Popgun. We got idiots in chat. We got that you mentioned you made this thing. We got that I cursed in the first 5 seconds while we were on air, and Kraken's broken. So that's bingo for me. I don't know how everyone else is doing tonight, but we take those.
And we got an actual really good match going on here. Tempest versus Moonlight. So Moonlight was a new team confirmed on Twitter. So I believe this is their debut tournament, unless they did like a paddling pool or a Triton Cup at some point. So I'm assuming this is their debut tournament, and they've been looking pretty solid all day long. Tempest, a team that has disbanded, although you're seeing them as Tempest here, so what do I know, is coming back and playing this one. Now, the players for Tempest, I believe Enri, Drifty, and Red Shell, at least those three, are going to be playing in the Overlord tournaments I believe in September, whenever the PAX event is, for that Duck Gang team. So not as Tempest, but those same kind of ish players. So these, in theory, on paper, these 8 players that are going to be in this lobby should be pretty close with each other. I think Tempest being the #1 seed is totally fair, and I don't know if the prediction points have gone up yet, but if you guys want to throw your channel points away, feel free to vote for which one of these teams you think is going to beat the other. But I think in theory, this should be a good set. Now, I'm not just saying that because, commentator trying to hype it up. Like, I'm really interested and excited. No, I'm genuinely interested and excited to watch this set.
Okay, so who are you gambling on?
I am not. Okay, I can't do that, bro.
you can't do that. I mean, you can.
Look,
you just can't tell it.
I think it's totally fair to put your money on Tempest this time around. Yeah, I would if I were putting channel points down, I would put it on Tempest.
Okay, I'm watching Tempest channel points tick up, and I'm gonna say right, but we just saw Moonlight and we saw Nolan pulling out that 96 gal. Oh, look at that, Moonlight starting to rise now. I love how much control we have over people betting their lives away.
That this is none of that. Nothing you just said was established to that. Regardless, this should be a good match. And if it's not, then we can get back to watching the low ink help desk a little bit quicker, which, by the way, I am keeping an eye on, and nothing is really happening in that, which is good.
Taking like I was worried about that. I was like, both of us heading on the mic. I don't know who's looking at help desk.
By the way, in case you guys didn't know, Brush is now one of the head TOs officially for low ink. So this is we are 2 head TOs of IPL on this IPL stream, and maybe we should take this a little bit more seriously since we have more stock in this than the previous commentators, but who knows?
Well, I can tell you Moonlight is up 10,000 channel points to Tempest in this.
What?
In this prediction. Yeah, Moonlight's at 26k to Tempest's 16k. So I guess everyone's just thinks that like once a team announces they disbanded, they just become washed overnight? Is that a thing?
No, I think one person just saw an opportunity to be potential. Look, okay, more people are voting on Tempest than Moonlight. There's just like one person who just emptied the bank into Moonlight's favor, and they're going to be really excited if they can see Nolan continue to pop off with that 96 deco that they're using there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Red Shell, who's been very famous for using the Octobrush, has dropped it in favor of the Wiper. We've been seeing Red Shell be using that one a lot. Now, I'm assuming that's Drift T on the end zap? Yes, it is. Drift T is going to be using the end zap right there.
Shoes coming out. It looks like it's already out for the side of Moonlight. The Drift T struggling to get it there. He finally comes up towards mid, though. That's going to force them all forward. Drift T not able to find a pick, but that's 2 down. Make that a 3v3, though, after a respawn. And Tempest able to take the first move here through mid, though. Nolan's cracking as we've seen it shred through. It's out, and that's forcing Drift T back, and a little bit of a stalled push there from Tempest, so with the continued pressure here, it looks like they're going to be able to take the first game.
Yeah, right off the bat, you can tell Tempest is doing a much better job at containing Moonlight. They're not just allowing Nolan and Omega to run free all over the map. Instead, they're keeping them pinned back. They're using their specials, getting map control of mid. And now they're being the more aggressive team. So we're going to have to see Moonlight for the first time, probably all tournament, see how they respond to being the team that is being forced and being contained. How do they find a way to break out of it as Tempest clears their first checkpoint?
Drift T trading their life for it, but that's going to put 63 points on the board. But more importantly, open up the field for a later push. So now it's Nolan who's trying to be the playmaker and open the map back up for Moonlight, but running out of paint on that cut area, they're going to go down. And with a Rainmaker grab from Moonlight, that leaves them in a 4v2 situation and puts Tempest in a great spot to push forward, especially when your choose is ready. But Omega's hammer from mid just barely holds on long enough to put Moonlight back in this game.
That's when the villain is just about to win and they're laughing as they're about to press the button to destroy the world, and the hero comes out of nowhere and just destroys everything. The hammer from the heavens shut down what was looking like to be a damning push from Tempest, and instead the Rainmakers safely going to find a way to reset as Drifty gets eliminated by Basil, and we should be back to mid. No, they're opting to pick it up, actually.
Red Shell now back in mid, and that leaves a 4v4 on the field as Drifty's in. But there you go. There's the first push. Omega going down. Once again, Moonlight grabbing the Rainmaker on their own side of the field. And that means one pick for Tempest effectively puts them in a 4v2. Make that a 4v1 now with just Shadow holding that Rainmaker up. And one other, though, it looks like Omega's going to barely survive on the backside. And a delayed wipe in favor of Tempest. So talk about containing Moonlight's aggression. The early Rainmaker grab now twice coming back into the neutral from Moonlight. Not enough gas in the tank, and it's going to be completely flipped to momentum for Tempest now twice.
Yeah, but they're having trouble getting more points up on the board. Just 41 remaining with about 3 minutes left to go. Doesn't really matter specifically as long as they're able to hold control of mid. And moving that ball point back, even though they don't get the splat, is going to be a good way to do just that. Two players instantly going down for Tempest as Nolan's Kraken is going to run out just as this Inkjet starts to land, but they got drop roll. Oh, I thought there's no way they're going to escape that, and they don't. And Nolan does get shut down by Drifty. However, Moonlight does clear the checkpoint, and they're opting to take it to the left side. Nobody's over there. They're going to have to rotate just in time as Inri to shut that down. Honestly, I don't know how quickly you get points by going to that left side, but until Inri did a quick little rotate over there, that path was free. The question is, can they get back to that Rainmaker? And it looks like the answer is yes, and they got a lot of soda to work with as well.
I don't know how Moonlight got set up here, but if they can hold on to a little bit of space here, it's all they need. I mean, the Rainmaker was pull striking because there was nowhere else to go, and they wanted to keep the pressure, and the pressure they have kept. The question is, can they convert it into points? And Nolan grabbing that Kraken, not able to keep track of where Tempest is, and it means it's just them trying to hold the space alone, finding a trade. Drifty, though, for Tempest, grabbing that Rainmaker, able to clear it back into mid here. And, you know, with 30 seconds left, it looks like they're just opting to hold it in this top right rings area, and they're going to be able to stall out the timer for 25 more seconds. Moonlight,
I wonder if they can stall it out that long, though. Well, it helps out when everybody else is just getting splats left and right. Omega and Nolan instantly going down, and there goes the InZap player. Okay, so that was a delayed wipe. So, yeah, Drifty can just hold it here, unless Omega makes some sort of insane play, which isn't going to happen. The stall is going to work out just perfectly. And it all comes down to the fact that Tempest was just able to win every single fight those last 30 seconds. GG, go next.
Div 8 Brushstrokes should have listened to his coach when there's 40 seconds left. I mean, grab the Rainmaker and stall. They can't do much. If you're just
okay, Div 8 Brushstrokes didn't have Inri, Yoshi, and Red Shell as teammates. That makes it a little bit of a difference.
Well,
no offense to your former teammates, by the way.
Well, you're only dunking on the most recognizable team of all time, the Wiggly Phantoms. So
I have a T-shirt of that team.
I have 4.
It shrunk like
Mine
crazy
did too. It does not fit.
And I feel bad because I feel like Jub warned me how to wash it specifically, but
Yeah.
I learned how to do laundry in college, and it was kind of a rushed way, and I've just continued to do that deep into my adulthood. So maybe I've just didn't put enough care into the Wiggly Phantom shirt, but Tempest put a lot of care into that win. Moonlight had a little moment there, a little flash of greatness. They're able to escape. It looked like that left route, Tempest just wasn't there to defend it until Inri made that quick adjustment to shut it down, and then allowed everybody else to make that rotation to defend that right side of the map. But other than that, Tempest did a pretty solid job of controlling the map throughout the start to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, Moonlight, after that first kind of misstep where they kept getting caught in their own side of the field, you know, they were able to actually find the momentum, find opportunities and make it a back and forth game. So, I mean, that's one of those things that happens, right? You play a set where you're kind of not giving it your all, where you're just letting, you know, Nolan go off and do their thing. You need a moment to recuperate, and that moment's going to cost them game 1. But in a best of 5 set, plenty of time to wake back up, show your best self, And with a Kraken on Clam Blitz Mako Mart, maybe make a real big impression.
It could. Or Tempest could just find a way to continue the dominance and shut it down.
I mean,
no, I wouldn't say that last game was dominance from Tempest.
No.
But again, it was the first time all tournament where Moonlight has faced some adversity. Oh, we can't just go wherever we want anymore. We're going to have to earn every inch of territory that we're going to fight for. But they did keep themselves in it. Again, we got to go back to that one play where Omega just chucked that hammer from mid to bowl over 3 players and just completely shut down a push. That would have blown the game wide open. Instead, we see Omega go back to that Carbon Roller and Inri going to the Luna Blaster. I'm going to have to see what the kit is on that thing. It's Hammer and Fizzy. I didn't even realize that. But Omega going back to their roots on the Carbon playground, which is Mega Mart.
Red Shell taking a quick push, and it's going to find a pick, but turns into a trade.
Wow.
Yeah, moving to that Octoburst, a great call, but finding that Carbon pick is actually huge for them. Though, in this case, not finding much off of it. Moonlight pushing forward. They have a special, and they're going to pop it here. The Red Shell finding the pick. Not going to be enough, and Moonlight not able to have the momentum to quite convert this push yet. But Clams are on the field, so they might have a shot in here, as I say absolutely nothing.
People who claim the meta is boring and predictable don't watch Grand Winners Finals of Proving Grounds. What's going on here? The vanilla Octobrush. I didn't even realize this blaster was in the game. The Luna Blaster. Either version of it, quite honestly. But there's the hammer from Inri, going to be used to capture space along this right side as 2 players from Moonlight are down. They had a lot of man advantage earlier and map control, but just couldn't really push up at the exact moment. Didn't have the clams, didn't have enough room on the enemy side of the base, and Tempest is now responding. Nowhere really for Omega to go as Inri just backs up and use their blast radius, but 2 more players from Tempest go down as Inri's trying to just hold this space here, waiting for an opportunity to pop the basket.
I feel like these players have been watching low ink VODs. Like they're playing draw, but these comps, I mean, throwing me for a loop. I feel like we haven't seen Juice on the field, and that's like the whole point of running NZAP. So Shadow able to charge theirs up here. We're gonna see if they find an opportunity to pop it. And Red Shell says no.
Red Shell does say no. Drip T does pay attention to low ink, being a low ink champion themselves. That much I know. But no, I don't think they're taking cues, especially not from Team 7, what they showed off last month. But Nolan trying to capture some space along here. Red Shell running in right into the waiting arms of Nolan's 96 gal as Yoshi's going to have to force their way backwards there. But no real clams built up by either team here, and now they're starting to get some built up from the side of Moonlight. But just as they do that, there's a whole bunch of mess of Tempest players crashing down across the middle of the field. But Basil's able to clean up a few of those players. So finally, it looks like Moonlight's going to find a way, if they can just pass the clams to the right players in time. Looks like they're going to opt to give the power clam to Basil, but now there's no room for Basil to go in.
It's orange again! The map is so small, and there's so much range on this field that no one can find a way through. Finally, Moonlight opens this basket. They have a couple clams to follow it up, though Shadow's too worried to do so. Because Red Shell's gonna drop on you like that. So we're 3 minutes into this game, Pop Gun. We've seen a ball and 2 clams, a ball and 4 go in, and we have a lot of game ahead of us, but it feels like it's more of the same with trades left and right coming out.
Yeah, this is the old school Clam Blitz play. Back when everything was more defensive, when everyone played Clam Blitz with leather helmets. It just very low scoring, very unorthodox for this map. And as I was Moonlight watching them make that push, I was like, okay, don't lose too many players, because then Tempest is going to come back and KO you. But there you go. What a great play by the ballpoint right there. 2 players were down from Tempest, 2v4 situation. The ballpoint staying at home playing goalie, able to shut down that push, getting a couple of splats. And look how quickly Tempest comes right back into the action. They're making good use of their soda play to get, and they got some more soda coming out right here to try to get this push going, but nothing's really happening right now. They're doing a good job getting splats. They just can't find that opening that they need. And Inri might create that opening.
Nolan going for that pick, not able to find it. A little bit too aggressive for the 96 gal. As Henry, as you called out, looking to make something happen. They don't spy Omega on the left side, but Omega doesn't spy Henry.
They don't know.
As it's a sterile. Omega finds it. There's the pick. Finally, Omega tried to convert it to something. There's 2 more picks. And now it's a 3v1 situation on the field. Make that a delayed wipe as Moonlight is able to find the picks. They don't even need to push her if they don't want to. But with 25 seconds left, if they can dunk this ball at the right time, it'll all be over. You don't want to go into overtime on Clam Blitz Mako Mart, but Moonlight is stuck in their freezer.
I don't think this will go to overtime. No, it's not. Unless Red Shell Okay, Red Shell just needs 1 more clam. I don't know if you want to pop this basket right here, honestly. They do pop it. This is going to go. If they throw 1 more clam in, they'll end the game. Do they have somebody close enough to throw it?
They do, but Omega goes down.
They tried to, but now overtime is halfway through. The game is going to be extended, and they do have a Mercy Clam. The problem is they had to grab the Mercy Clam immediately, and now they got some specials to follow up with it. So Moonlight extending the game a little bit, but able to shut it down expertly, tying up the set at 1 apiece.
There's the summer 2023 meta I've been looking for all night, Popgun. I mean, where would we be if there weren't inkjets ending the game? No, I mean,
what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know what the hell I'm watching here, Popgun. Like, you're right. There's a Luna Blaster out. It's July. It's I'm struggling to keep up with the specials on the field because I watched Hammer Throws save the game twice already, and we're in game 3. I'm struggling to comprehend. Like, I just barely understood that crabs weren't good anymore before getting on the mic, and here we are.
Brush looking at Carbon Deco, Vanilla Octo Brush, and K Luna going, finally, meta. Great. Yeah, this is, you've been watching a little bit too many Lowings, buddy. I'm sorry. This is not the norm, but it is refreshing to see nonetheless. Now, crabs are still good. It's just, some of the weapons these players are using are just a little bit gooder right now. Now, ballpoint is fantastic, and quite honestly, ballpoint probably was always good. It helps that it got a little bit of an inkjet buff, but I think we were just so fixated on Splash and Machine because they were unnecessarily broken for a long amount of time that when those things get knocked down a few pedestals, you kind of just rub your eyes, step out of your house, and like, oh, there's a ballpoint over there, and oh, maybe we can try. Oh, InZap with Soda, Respawn Punisher doesn't get rid of Soda anymore. Oh, we can try that out a little bit. So, yeah, you're starting to see some more things branch out, but no, that is just what these players do. Red Shell notorious for using Octobrush. Carbon Deco obviously is Omega's calling card, and well, I can't explain the Kinsa Luna. That was just the thing.
Yeah, I feel like I do need like someone in my ear, a little ear pierce here, explaining me everything that's happening. I feel like
dude, that's what Elemental's for. By the way, shout outs to Elemental. I can't believe I just listed off everybody who does wonderful things for Proving Grounds and didn't talk about our doggone streamer who streamed pretty much every single one of these events. My bad.
From everyone here at IPL except for Elemental.
Finally. Thank you.
Oh,
no, come back, please. I streamed one of these things. It was horrible. We need you.
Yeah, you put me on the mic for that one, and I had to stall with 9 whole grains for 90 minutes.
I forgot about that. I forgot you were suffering.
You started squid bagging me in the lobby. I didn't know how to react.
I did. Oh, but you deserved it, you little slut. There we go. Splat Zone's Hagglefish Markets. Look for that Kraken to be very effective. Kraken just wins here, honestly. You just Kraken to the enemy side of the map through mid. All they can really do is dunk out to the sides, where if you're just waiting right there, you can take care of that. But more importantly, if you just Kraken through mid to the enemy side of the map, you just get control of the zone for free.
I would love to see Red Shell's Wiper come out here and negate that with some nice flanking plays, but it's so difficult to pull off when everyone's waiting for you. to do the thing. So the missiles, Juice, and Trizuka coming out early here. That's going to find a cap, but not find too many picks. Drifty looking everywhere but at Nolan. Able to find a trade there in the end, but not looking great. A good first push from Tempest, but not a lot of fuel left in the tank here as Moonlight is able to recuperate on the back foot.
Yeah, if you don't want somebody using a Kraken, just destroy them before they can pop it off. Nolan going down again. They really need the use of that Kraken to find a way to get back into control of this one. Maybe combine it with a little bit of missiles from the hammer. But the Inkzuka, excuse me, from Inri shutting things down. Moonlight just can't build up any of the specials they need. Finally, here comes the Kraken, but they can't combine it with anything and doesn't get the kill on Red Shell right there.
Didn't find one on someone else on the other side either. Finally, a neutral comes out, but it's a 3v3 situation. Yoshi pops that inkjet. That means that they're able to find picks from in the sky. 10 ticks remain, and there are 20 seconds. We're a minute and 20 into this game, and no, Moonlight hasn't kept the zone. Red Shell pops missiles that keeps everyone back, and the game's over before it started, Popgun.
And Moonlight never got started in that game. They did not show up. They got punched in the face, and they never got reestablished right there. I was talking about if they could just find a way to use Kraken through mid. They never even had an opportunity. I think they just used one Kraken that entire game because they just kept getting splatted over and over again.
Found 0 picks with the Kraken as well.
Yes, yeah.
No utility. Wild. So Tempest setting a new pace. I mean, it's Splat Zones. It's a different game, but that felt like a whole other universe from not only game 2, but from game 1 even.
Yeah, that was a great pace is the right kind of term right there. Tempest sped up Moonlight. At no point did Moonlight try to like, okay, let's slow down. We're getting locked out. Let's build up some specials. Let's go in. And when you saw that Kraken got popped, it was just by itself. They couldn't combine it with an inkjet or a missiles or anything like that. And as soon as the Kraken was gone, you had the inkjet ready to go on the Tempest side of the map to come back and start cleaning things up over those left stack areas and keep everything safe up top there. So Tempest sped up Moonlight, and they played into their speed when they really should not have. And that's going to cost them game 3. But still, going back to Tower Control Art Academy. Is this game 2? Is that what is going up here? Whatever. Should slow things down. I wonder if we're going to see Blaster come back out here, honestly.
I mean, it's wild how you feel like you have to play faster when you know that the Splat Zone will still be there in 20 more ticks. Until it's not, until you've played too quickly the whole game and all of a sudden you don't have anything to move in. So Tower Control, another mode where the objective has a set pace. The question, can Tempest put on the gas, light a fire underneath Moonlight, and make them feel like they have to play quicker or more discombobulated to a point where they do, and they make mistakes? Tempest able to capitalize. So the name of the game right now for Tempest is put Moonlight in a position where they are prone to mistake making. It happened last game just by putting a bit more turbo fuel in the tank, if you will.
And if you're Tempest and you want to do that, you find Nolan and you kill Nolan first. You take out that Kraken so they can't move with that. It's like cutting off the head of the snake, and then the rest of the body just starts to disintegrate at the very start of the game, at least.
Ew.
If you can let Nolan get set up and get established and start getting a Kraken off to lead the path for the rest of the team, the Moonlight can just start getting control of things, and we can just play out the rest of the 5 minutes. And there is the Blaster, actually.
Did you say you cut off the head of the snake and the rest of it disintegrates?
The rest of the body falls apart.
Is that a thing?
Kind of, yeah. I once referred to Smoothie as a 4-headed snake because if you cut off one head, you still got 3 others to deal with. But
and
here,
they got some venom.
They do. But right now, it looks like a little bit more of a neutral opening right now. Tempest opting to build up some specials, going with some Soda and Jet to try to. Oh, a lot of Moonlight players congesting into one area right there.
Yoshi not having a special quite to deal with it correctly, but able to find a couple picks off of it, and they're going to be able to push this tower now first as Red Shell backs up to maybe pop these missiles. Nolan sees the opportunity, pops that Kraken, but look how quickly Tempest disperses. No one's there anymore, and there's no utility off of it, though. A nice follow-up play from Omega's going to find 3 quickly and put them into a delayed wipe situation where if they can find Drift T, they will at least. So there's the delayed wipe, and what a great job by Omega playing off of that Kraken movement out.
Yeah, exactly. That's the movement that they're looking for. It's not using the Kraken just as like a desperation thing like they had to do in the last game. It disperses play. Even if you're not getting splats, it doesn't matter because you got a Carbon that's just sharking and feasting on these Tempest players and guiding the way for Shadow to lead the tower past the second checkpoint, which falls. And now you got another Kraken ready to go, and the snowball is rolling. It's special after special being combined with each other. Moonlight's going for the KO right now.
Nolan, back up. That's not your spawn, buddy. You can't go there. Not wisely doing so, able to hang by that final tower end gate. But the checkpoint now, number 3. Shadow doing a great job, doing a little bit of pole dancing there. 3 ticks, 2 ticks now, not able to quite find the end of it. And that's all of Moonlight now off of respawn. But 14 ticks remaining is a great spot to be for Tempest.
Yeah, 3 minutes left to go into this one, so plenty of time for Tempest to get back, but they haven't cleared that first checkpoint. They got to get control of mid first. But this is where Moonlight starts to play like they did that last set, where they start to get a little bit more loose. They got a big lead. They got a lot of map control they can work with here. And they got Basil set up in this great spot right here where they can just kind of pepper the area and get a lot of chip damage onto players for the rest of Moonlight to collapse on top and get the splats that they need. Although the ballpoint, what is this ballpoint doing? Playing like they're a roller. Did they just sit on top of somebody up top there? That looks kind of weird, getting the splat and opening the door for Red Shell to get control mid.
The Red Shell going on a 1-player play there, pops the missiles, follows it up with their main weapon, but only a trade out of it. And you can call that a wasted missile because now it's Moonlight once again pushing forward, grabbing this tower and charging mid. Specials of their own ready now for the rail.
Nicely done. As Moonlight's gonna. Are they gonna get the KO right here? Look at the position. They're in a pretty good position. They're starting to pick off players one at a time. Shadow's in a good spot on the tower. They got the top area going. It just comes down to Nolan trying to push up that right side where the tower's going to have to go ultimately for the KO. They take care of Nolan. So yeah, that might shut it down. But still, time's getting taken off the clock right now. That's the most important thing for Moonlight.
Yeah, 90 seconds remain, and Moonlight is in a position where they can take this thing home. They basically need to stop one more push and hold a neutral for the rest of the time remaining, and trades are going to be their best friend, because if you can get players removed from the field, there's less people to worry about. So a 4v2 situation converting their 2 trades into a player advantage, they're in a great spot. They don't need to push, but they're opting to just because the amount of control they can get on the field, the easier time they're going to have defending later on if Tempest is able to start pushing once again.
I was like, what is Red Shell doing? But then I realized Red Shell had flanked around that side there, but still ultimately gets taken care of. About 45 seconds left to go. You got to be feeling pretty good going into these final push right now. Tempest still hasn't cleared that first checkpoint. They're losing players left and right. The mid control is going to flip back into Moonlight's favor. They're going to be able to build up those specials and again get that GG Kraken like we saw them using game 1 of the last set and just plop on the tower, and that's it for that. And you see Basil starting to back up, recognizing that Red Shell's trying to do something yet again with this flank. Gets care of the rapid blaster from behind. Is that going to lead to something? No, because now it's just Red Shell forced to make a hero play.
I know the pain of seeing the flank and calling it, and you're the only one who can do anything, but you're a Splattershot Junior, and they're, a serpent splash. You can't do anything. You're going to go down. And thankfully in this case, Red Shell unable to convert. And Moonlight is holding on, but a scary play when you see someone behind like that. You don't know quite how to deal with it.
Why are you talking about juniors and splashes?
Because it's the same thing. It's like you look behind you and you're the only person dealing with the flanker and you're completely outmatched. I'm just like having PTSD to carrying towers.
Because you
junior player,
played
I guess.
junior.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm a bad commentator. I don't know.
No, who said that? Nobody said that.
No. I'm thinking about like me playing junior and being sad on the Wiggly Phantoms or whatever. You know,
Sad times.
bad luck Trout.
Oh boy. Rainmaker
Well-
Museum, Game 5. Game 5, by the way.
What a wild turn of events from game 1 through now. We've seen
Well, no,
every-
okay, so Game 3, Nolan got eliminated early. They never recovered. Game 1, Tempest did a very good job of containing Moonlight. Moonlight still had their chances. Every game's been pretty much, the first 2 games have been pretty back and forth. Moonlight able to establish control early, allowed them to play a little bit more loose, a little bit more like they were doing earlier on stream. Game
Okay.
5, though, Rainmaker Museum.
Yeah, Popgun, what's happening? What's gonna happen? Give me your prediction.
I don't think we're gonna see that blaster come back out.
Hey, it worked once. Did it? Yeah.
It did. Yes. No. Wait. No. No. Tempest. Actually,
It worked on Maker.
both
didn't it?
of Tempest's losses have come with the Kinsaluna
Oh, you're so right. It was Clan Blitz.
or the Neo Luna to whatever extent.
That's interesting.
Clearly, we
It's almost
found.
like
we found.
It's almost like that weapon isn't.
It's not the weapon's
necessarily
fault.
great.
It was no. It's not the weapon's fault. No, because when you start saying things like that, as soon as just I'll just go back to Vanilla Splash. Then we'll just use triple collab. Or,
I got
or
money.
machine.
Vanilla Slash right here, Popgun. You ready for this?
No,
Here
we
we
haven't
go.
reached that level of try hard yet. It's never.
Nah, it's a splatter shot.
we haven't reached that level of try harding yet. This is winners finals. There's still a grands to come after this. So that's, you know what they say? When in doubt, bring the K-Gal out as a Splatoon 2. Ultimate push here in Game 5. 3 players going down from the side of what's going on here? This is Moonlight that has control thing. There we go. We got the right colors there. Moonlight able to clear that first checkpoint with ease, and Nolan's got some juiced up Krakens ready to go here. Moonlight's going to get a hell of a score off this.
You choose Nolan, not able to find the pick in their Kraken, and Yoshi's gonna do some little control there on the backside. So 39 points, but a great defensive from Tempest there as Nolan's Kraken unable to find anything, but Omega just holding forward through, and another 20 points. I think that's worth noting.
Great defense by Tempest as they surrender 70 points in the first minute, leading the way for them to have to dig their way back out. But excuse me, is anyone going to guard this right side? Drift T's going to take it for free. Nobody's home except for Omega coming back to shut it down a little bit here. But are there enough players left alive for Tempest to keep the push going? Maybe not, but at the very least they will get control in mid. Nice heads-up play by Omega to go back and save that checkpoint.
And I can tell you that play is why God made checkpoint, because that and Splatoon 2 looks like a very different play. That was a game-winning cheese move, a year and a half ago. So we're back in a stall.
No, you're right. You're
thanks
right.
to that
If this is Splatoon 2, that is a WTF, how did we just lose that game kind of moment. But no, because they had to stop and go back into Omega at that checkpoint. Yeah, great map design or game mode design. This is a fun game when you don't have to actually play it. Yeah.
Yeah, when we don't play it.
From our standpoint, this is fantastic.
I'm having fun.
By the way, only 2 minutes have gone by. So, like, this is still a lot. And Tempest has all 4 of their specials ready to go.
They're in a great spot to use them too, but not if you're wasting a Trizuka shot on your own juice.
Yeah. I think that was just a let me get rid of it so I can go back to my weapon kind of thing, because everyone had jumped out.
I hope so. I hope it wasn't just anchor.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes you just kind of kick a wall kind of thing. Yeah. Regardless, they clear the checkpoint. That's very good. That's a good step in the right direction. There's still about half the time ready to go. The Tempest fans in chat who don't want to lose all their channel points, you got a little bit something cooking right now as 2 players are going down. Henry's going to use this just to try to pop that Rainmaker shield. They're going to grab it. Can they find a way to get a lead right here and slip through? The answer right now is no, but this push is not done yet, Brush.
can't move through a wall, but you can if you get rid of the player with them. Red Shell now just going into Yoshi. They can't wipe out of space, but they do get the 1 point they need. I'm joking again, Popgun.
You know what they did? They squid bagged to get lead. They squid bagged because they were stuck in the enemy ink. They barely just squid bagged to get that lead. So before someone goes on Twitter and cries about getting squid bagged, it is meta. It is necessary. Squid bagging wins you games.
I'm using that in low-ink help desk tomorrow, Popgun. I don't know. It worked, bro. Get out of help desk.
A minute 15 left to go. Moonlight down by 1 point. Omega goes swimming. Your body is, for some reason, squid bodies cannot handle water. That seems like they should be not playing games here, but regardless. Okay, so step 1, get that Kraken going. They're popping this inkjet very early. They're trying to get some splats with it. Gonna get a little bit of an assist on that Inzap player. As Basil's gonna be trying to set up a shop on top by this Rainmaker, clear some space, and they're really holding on to that Kraken, trying to lead the way. But the longer they sit there and wait, the more time Tempest has to get the flanks off and shut down everything. And now you just got a Kraken without any way to use it.
A 96 gal, the ballpoint 1v1. You see, not wanting to take that fight, so they back all the way up. That's Yoshi. But Nolan now using their Kraken on the front line, not able to find the pick they want quite there, and the Rainmaker goes down behind them, so they're not able to find the utility they want. Drifty, though, alone in mid. That's a player advantage. Once this respawn comes out for them, 10 seconds left for them to get 1 point or 2 points on the board, but they don't have the specials anymore to make it happen.
That's where the RNG of the 96 gal comes into play. It looked like Nolan was about to get the splat on that wiper. Instead, they stay alive and get the fire off the missile. Still, Moonlight has an opportunity to get the win right here. Drifty going in with Soda, isn't able to get it, but that ballpoint's going to keep people honest, but that is a bit of a delayed wipe. The problem is everybody from Tempest had Soda in them, so they're ready to come right back into the action. There's plenty of time for Shadow to be a little bit patient right here. They still got half overtime to go, but at some point they got to try to slip through right here.
Shell.
Waiting for Tempest to make a play. More and more players from Tempest gets taken down. When is Shadow going to try to slip through? They're so close, but now here comes out Izuka. Are they going to find a way through? No! They had to get like 5 wipeouts, and they couldn't get the 5th one. Shadow being very patient, and the window just never opened up for them. Tempest moves on to Grands.
There was a moment Shadow wanted to go top left and decided against it, I'm sure, because someone screamed, "Go now!" Someone thought it was open. And it's one of those moments you can't see Red Shell respawning for the 19th time. And the wiper finds the pick after, the most stalled 1v1 in history. I mean, Tempest with the W, but felt so different in that game 5. Game 1
that is so
had clear winners.
It's such a frustrating moment too when you don't get the win like that, because it's all playing through in your head so fast. When do I go? Okay, they're 2 down. Oh, but they got Soda in, and we're coming back. Oh, do we want to wait for the ballpoint to get rid of, or the wiper's down? Like, when is the key when you go? And oh, by the way, the timer's ticking down at some point. So it's so pressure filled to make the right decisions in those moments. And I can't, it's hard to tell what was the right decision, but ultimately Tempest just did a good job constantly defending, and you saw them keep throwing players at the Rainmaker. Like, they weren't backing up and waiting. They kept throwing players over and over again. It helped because they had Soda, so they could afford to do it, but they kept putting pressure on Moonlight to do something. And ultimately, Moonlight just ran out of time, and they just had to try to go right into the waiting arms of Red Shell. But what was the difference in that game, Brush?
You mean, on the scoreboard, it was 1 point, but it felt to me much, much, much more like it was a battle for the 1 extra pick around those spinners on these pushes. That the game was decided on whether or not you could kill Red Shell, as the player you're pointing out there at the end there, 5 seconds before or 5 seconds after you did. Instead, their respawn, was desynced. So it was a game of just a little bit of timing different, and ultimately, Popgun, that's not something you can control. You're getting the pick when you get the pick, and that's the most important thing in that moment.
We'll get the picks when we get the picks. That's that's the Slayer said to the anchor player. I'll get them when we get them. Damn it. No, the correct answer, Brush, was the squid bag. The squid bag got Tempest the lead right there. So remember, kids, if you're not squid bagging, you're not trying. This is competitive Splatoon.
Can we quote you on that, Popgun?
I don't. You can quote. Oh, okay. I appreciate you asking me if you could quote me on that, because the amount of times I've been quoted incorrectly, without my consent, has been quite. But
quite often, misquoting with consent is cool.
What is the quote you want to?
I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. I'll let you know. You'll know when I tweet it.
Well, yeah. Just make sure it's something about low ink out of context, and I'll get about 1,000 likes, and then.
Yeah, it worked this week. Worked last week.
It worked. It worked. They fell for it.
Okay,
Moonlight versus Red Sun.
Yeah, we don't have to see red shell anymore, but we're not done with red items.
Okay, so this is a clashing of ideologies here. Splatoon teams have this bizarre fixation on the moon and the sun and stars and space in general. So now you got Moonlight versus Red Sun, which, by the way, it was a real shame that we never had a Blue Moon versus Red Sun matchup back when Blue Moon was a thing.
What's going on with that?
So we're going to have to settle with Moonlight versus Red Sun. I think Moonlight has a huge advantage right now because the sun is set, I believe, across most of the United States. I don't know about the West Coast, but it is set very late here on the East Coast. So they probably have the huge advantage in that favor. Red Sun has a bigger advantage because they're sponsored, though, so that does play a factor.
You're right. This is really a battle of sponsors versus the daylight cycle. I mean, if there's anything
when it boils down to it, I mean,
it's a battle of control versus the sun setting. And I gotta tell you, I've watched a lot of Red Sun gameplay. I've been on the turf with a Red Sun badge, and I'm with the way Moonlight has been playing so far, and the momentum they have moving in here. I mean, it's hard to see Red Sun as hungry as Moonlight is, losing to a squid bag like that.
I mean, you boil it down to just that.
Well, you boiled it down to the daylight cycle, Popgun.
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm playing into the emotional appeal that I know both teams are dealing with right now. We gotta represent the sun. We gotta represent the moon. That's what both teams are playing for in this best of 3 losers final set. Red Sun able to get pop control of mid, but Moonlight says, "Nah, we'll just paint it right back over, and we'll take the Rainmaker from you."
Yeah, the creepier apple emoji gonna be able to move forward first. Admir going down on the front lines there. That just leaves Beam with that zap to defend. Though thankfully the ballpoint is able to show up. That's Crim there. And no checkpoint falling just yet. And player down. Shadow just barely able to pop that thing before going down themselves with 3v2. Make that a 3v1. As Red Sun retreats back into.
This is gonna get ugly very quickly because there's just no way. Oh, okay, it just hopped over that suction bomb. All right, like it's not even a thing, because apparently it's not, to make a nice little squid surge. And that's game.
That's
one.
it. Wow.
There it is.
Well, I mean,
the sun set it. Brush. I don't know what to tell you.
The sun did do set it.
It do be setting. And that moon is looking pretty bright right now, especially at Undertow.
Well, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to find something to say when you hold forward and the picks come out. But Yeah, Moonlight game 1 again, when you have the momentum, even if it's a lost game 5, when you were playing so strong before against the Goliath that is Tempest. I mean, you're the favorite to win already by seed. Not to say Red Sun isn't a totally strong team. Moonlight's, they're sitting pretty.
Red Sun has been the best team of the summer as far as growth is concerned. Ever since they played in that Overlord tournament, getting to top 3. Yeah, they were like a few games away. Basically, Duck Gang's the one that knocked them out. Tempest in this tournament, they were a few games away from punching their tickets to PAX, and has followed that up. They won an SOS tournament, they won an SAC tournament, they made top. This is their second appearance in top 4 of Proving Grounds.
Right.
So Red Sun has been having a fantastic summer. Moonlight though is a little bit of a different animal, as we saw in that first game. But Red Sun's more than capable of coming back into this one and getting the dub. But yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup going up against, especially when Moonlight gets going. We see what happens when they have map control, when they have when they feel confident. Even when it's up against Tempest. Who beat them in that last set. When they had their moments where they were able to just establish control of things and get a massive lead, they don't let it go, and they pad the stats and just drive up the score against you. So Red Sun, if they want to find a way to win this one, they need to make the statement early. They need to get they need to get a wipeout within the first 30 seconds or so, be the first team to get the score. They need to be the more aggressive team. If they just stay back and wait for Moonlight to come to them and come into their side of the map, they're going to lose.
Is that what we're calling them now? Overlord tournaments? That's like, I've heard that a lot.
That's what I refer to them as, because I'm not going to say I don't want to give the
name that shows up on stream with the soundtrack here every couple seconds.
Well, look, they are our overlords. At any tournament, at any time, they could just come down and decide, yeah, we're just gonna shut this down. They could. So they are our overlords.
Yeah. No, that's scary. It
is.
I just want to run my silly little low ink every month.
It's not a silly tournament. Are you kidding me?
I
see how many people signed up for it?
I know you always talk about greatness, but I gotta tell you, I feel like we've been looking for just the silliest the whole time. I mean, let's be realistic.
We've been looking for greatness and have been disappointed month after month after month.
That's why you need fresh blood.
Speaking of disappointment, I'm disappointed at how long it's taken for these teams to ready up here. You guys aren't changing weapons. We know that much, right?
Yeah, the A button is deceptively hard to hold down sometimes. You kind of have to like move your thumb up. I feel like it's kind of what we saw in the last Clan Blitz match, right? Everyone forgot how to throw them, and it's because of the awkward position of that A button. So I think they'll learn. You talk about the improvement of Red Sun over the course of this summer, but clearly a lot of room to go. The A button, their biggest enemy. I
hope you weren't talking to me, because I was just looking through help desk blowing while we're doing that.
Anything interesting?
Elemental answered some questions apparently while running the stream. Elemental's paying attention to help desk. It's not even a tournament Elemental runs while we're sitting here doing this. So this is great.
Hey Elemental, while you're watching, if you have any questions, if someone's in help desk and you need us, we're here. You can ask us stuff.
Also, Elemental's gonna add a sub to their team tomorrow. I got you, buddy. I'll take care of that as soon as we hop off here. As soon as one of these teams readies up, what is going on here? Are we ready for game 2? Are we getting a sub? What is this?
Omega dead in the results screen, apparently. So we're remaking a lot. DC'd. I can't read.
Somebody DC'd.
That's embarrassing. Yeah, C's look like E's, and let's play Splatoon, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess I should pay attention to the stream chat every now and then. and not the chat. Hey, that is Admir on the V-Slosher. I guess they were using V-Slosher in the last game. It didn't really last long enough for us to make any note of that. But no real surprises coming out from the side of Moonlight. The same bread and butter comp that's got them this far, and that is that. I'm about to say, if you're just, you gotta make those kinds of plays, and if you just lose them, so be it. But yeah, Moonlight's gonna be able to get control of mid and gather up a lot of clams off of that and get their specials ready to go. Unless
the receiving play from Nico. A quick death on first move, a nice quad on the second. So that's Nico able to take control of mid here. The Kraken out. Gonna do a great job backing up the battle of the name starting with N. Nolan will take this one, but I mean, great defense there off of respawn from Nico there with that 52 down.
Yes, not only are we battling for the planets, we are now battling for the alphabet, apparently. It's certainly going into the favor of Red Sun, actually, who's holding their own within this first minute here, having some nice opportunities, but it's coming down to Moonlight gathering up a lot of clams, getting map control yet again, and starting to build up some more of those specialists. You can tell they're just waiting for that Kraken is now online and ready to go, and they're popping it immediately, but it gets taken care of before they can actually get things going with that Kraken. So you see the rest of Moonlight starting to back up because of that Inkjet and the Killer Whale forcing them back up. So Red Sun playing tug of war with Moonlight to try to get control mid. It's theirs now. What are they planning to do with it?
15, 16, 18, 18 clams online for Moonlight, and they can't find a push. They're one down. Basil pops this Inkjet, not finding utility on it yet. Finally, a pick on Nico will go down, but a 3v3 situation. They don't have the momentum yet to make anything of that basket opening, and instead, we're back in a neutral 2 minutes into this game. I mean, it's feeling like a variation of the clam blitz we saw last time from Moonlight. A defensive stall the whole game.
And there was nowhere for Red Sun to go. They had the man advantage, but I think the ball point was just keeping them honest, and now they just had to wait. And while waiting, it allows them to build up that Kraken, which didn't accomplish anything from Nolan. So Red Sun, as soon as they drop right there, this is what the map control does, because they drop down, but Omega has this spot to hide and gets a double and shuts down everything yet again. And Moonlight's just going all over the map, and Red Sun's busy playing whack-a-mole. They can't get control of mid.
Shadow, an aggressive jump with that NZAP, making me think splashdowns were back in this game. But instead, they're just going to go down and open the door for Red Sun to make something happen. Nico going for the diving play. They're going to go down instead as Nolan pushes forward, steamrolling ahead. A 4v2 situation with specials just about ready. There's the Kraken. Are they going to pop it on this offense? Not quite yet. They're going to opt to put those clams in first and go down trying, but 55 points. That's looking much more like a Clam Blitz score from a game of teams of this caliber.
Yes, and what is Red Sun going to do here? They need to get all these splats. They need to clear out all of these players to make sure. Getting Omega first is good, because now you know there's not going to be somebody behind you as you're working your way back up into mid. You see them all kind of, well, as soon as I say that, Omega's somehow already back there. You throw somebody out of the club, they just show right back up again as long as there's juice on the field. So Red Sun, yeah, they just really struggle to get control mid. And look, if they can break through this defense, they got 3 power clams and some chains ready to go. They could do some serious damage on the scoreboard, but it doesn't matter if you don't have map control, and Moonlight's not giving up an inch.
Krim going down in that Inkjet. The 3 power clam play, not playing into the favor of Red Sun. Instead, it's Moonlight able to find a push with their single power clam, though no little clams to follow it up themselves. Basil making a desperation play, able to rotate back around, and 45 seconds just about left on that timer. I think this is the last push of the game, Papa.
It could be. Well, this might be the only push that's needed. That first push where they popped the basket to get down to 80 remaining, that might have been game right there. Because Red Sun hasn't even come close. And they've had their windows to move up, but they're just a little bit too hesitant, and all these players in Moonlight's holding their ground perfectly. They back up when they need to, and they're forcing Red Sun to use all of their specials right now. And then when their specials run out, you see them respond in kind and catch them all off guard. So yeah, Red Sun just can't move anywhere. And they're gonna. I think that's just gonna be game right here.
Dancing Kraken to put it home. Oh.
Move me on to grand finals, please. I'm ready. I'm done with this set.
Rematch in the grand finals here. Tempest facing on Moonlight once again. A notable difference here, Popgun, as we move ahead into previewing this next set. I mean, Moonlight's tired. They just played another best of 3, and yeah, it was pretty dominant, but 2 more games, and that can be the difference when you're looking at trying to take 2 best of 5s, playing 10 games, maybe, if you want to take this thing home. So a long path still ahead of Moonlight if they want to take the W. Red Sun going home with a 3rd place medal, so a podium for them this time around.
Yeah, I don't think Moonlight's gonna deal with fatigue. It's been 3.5 hours, and now we're getting into the grand finals. If this was a double limb tournament all the way through, we'd still have about 2 more hours left to go of this event. So yeah, we're getting into grand finals, and we're gonna get right into it. So we're not gonna delay. We're not gonna ice out these players. And the good news is, with this format, Tempest doesn't have to wait an hour to play their next match. Anyways, they just have to wait out a best of 3 set, which was over. I mean, honestly, they spent more time in the ready up screen than the actual game itself, it seemed like. So we're going to be hopping right into the grand finals of this set.
You know, it's a good thing there were 2 great TOs who designed the format of this one to make sure all those things were true that you just said. I wonder who that one was.
Toasty and Wolf.
Oh yeah, well they're the ones running it, and they're doing a great job tonight, as well as our stream producer Elemental helping out. You see, it's
shout out Liz.
Shout out them as well.
Shout out Liz. Shout out Liz. Shout out Saf, who's going to be on Low Ink Comms tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Roshi doing a good job of.
They're not going to be on Low Ink Comms tomorrow, but
Roshi isn't. No, but Saf is.
But they're gonna they're doing a great job tonight, regardless. Moonlight versus Tempest. It's a rematch. We saw it go to a game 5 before. I mean, every style of Splatoon game was compassed in that best of 5 set. The question is, can these 2 do a new show for us and find something new, find a new story for us to tell? Because I saw tears and sweat, and I'm pretty sure I saw vomit on the field in that one.
You did not see vomit on the field. You did not. I can guarantee you didn't see tears either. Arguably, you might have seen some blood.
I don't know.
I doubt that's what it is, though.
I felt
you didn't see
sweat.
any sweat. There's no sweat in this game.
I felt
it. There's no sweat in this game.
I felt it. So I don't know what I'm feeling.
Inkling blood being spilled on the field, and that's it. You definitely did not see any vomit. I don't know what you're looking at, dude, but I didn't.
You didn't.
There's no
get the
vomit in my Splatoon game.
Download the newest one.
the Grimace Shake mod. Yeah.
No, I do not have a modded Switch, Popgun. We do not condone mods.
We don't. You know what we do condone? A great set, a rematch that went to a game 5 that was decided by Squidbagging, confirmed. Tempest versus Moonlight.
I can't do this anymore.
You're tweeting?
You can't keep saying it. I'm tweeting. Squid bagging is how. What did you say? Squid bagging.
I said if you're not squid bagging, you're not trying.
Not squid.
But
bagging,
you gotta include the clip, otherwise it's gonna get taken out.
That's
of context.
A lot of effort.
And casuals are going to roast you alive.
That's
and I don't
a lot
think
of
you
effort.
can handle it.
And then, here, I'll just like type the words insert clip here. So
no,
casuals
insert the actual clip.
No, I can't. Get me the clip then. Casuals don't.
There's gotta be. Look, somebody's gonna
eat me alive. Did you say eat me alive?
I've said you couldn't handle. Yes, they're gonna eat you alive, and you couldn't handle it.
Alive, and I couldn't handle it. Okay, it's tweeted.
There you go.
So there you go. A good day. A great day for some tower control on Hagglefish Market. We've seen this.
It's a perfect day for tower control Hagglefish Market.
We've seen this.
Yes, we have seen. You know, there's only 4 maps, and there's only 16 maps total in this tournament.
Yeah, but like
we've seen
Splatzone's Umami. We haven't seen that one with
Umami's in the map pool. Wait, no, it's not.
Wait, what was that? What did I just see that on stream?
Hold on.
What's going on here?
Crazy sure it's not in the map pool.
Wolf, all caps, I messed up. We got Splatoon to watch, Popgun. Get out of help desk.
I'm not
We
even
gotta
help
watch
desk.
Splatoon.
I'm reading the rules. I'm not exact opposite.
I've never
Moonlight
done
going
that.
back to the same comp they used last time they used this map, which was the Rapid Blaster Deco that instantly vanishes goodbye before it can even get started here. The colors need to be switched because it is the purple team that is Tempest that is curb stomping Moonlight right now.
Little bit of deja vu from the last time we saw this matchup on this map mode with these two teams. Because once again, Tempest coming out strong first, and Nolan's, I mean, perfect deja vu. Nolan's cracking, not finding the utility yet, opting to back up so they don't go down out of it, and the missiles forcing them all the way back to spawn. A 4v3 situation, 50 seconds into this game, Popgun, and the first checkpoint's gone, and the second one looks like it's falling next.
They're in a good position to defend. Doesn't mean they will, but they are in a good position to defend it, and it looks like they will slow it down, at least for now. The problem is the ballpoint is still alive, allowing everybody to jump right back in, meaning Yoshi's going to get that gold medal for most jumps, too, in this game. But Tempest not able to push up a little bit more. They will hold control of mid. They will get the splats as the Moonlight players feed into them, slowly picking off one player left and right. The nice bounce back here by Omega, taking care of the ball point. That's going to allow them to flank around this right side and get another player as well. So now you're at Tempest. You can't just hold your side. You're forced to defend two sides at once right there. So that nice flank by Omega starts to open up the map in the Moonlight's favor, which is their play style they want to go for.
Yeah, there's the Wiper gameplay I've been waiting for all night. End up on the back side, Nolan going down to a suction bob. Drift T feels that one, and they're going to be able to take the momentum, move forward here with some juice out on that tower, though not able to find much of a push off of it. It's Moonlight taking control. They actually look like they're in a great spot to start moving if they can find a pick. Not going to happen again.
By the way, this has to be the worst map for a team called Moonlight. Look how bright and sunny it is. There's not even a cloud in the sky.
What are you? You sound like me.
Well, sometimes you don't have anything to talk about. So you start thinking about, well, what would Brush say that's stupid in a situation like this and get away with it. And I have gotten away with it because now I've stalled enough time for Moonlight to start getting some splats. Oh, no, the little fall off to prevent Red Shell from jumping. That might delay a little bit of missiles. But more importantly, it opens up the door for the Cracker to get several splats there. And this first checkpoint falls. This is a tie game. Oh, no, it's not going to be tied much longer.
Omega dancing around the Trizuka, and that's enough for the lead to fall for Moonlight as they're pushing ahead with the battle of the Wipers on the right side. That means that no one's looking at tower, and the second checkpoint's gone. 27 points off of that push. So Tempest now, for the first time, maybe, to Moonlight, the back foot, really.
What? Okay. But more importantly, yes, they get the lead. More importantly, they're able to get a full checkpoint lead. So Tempest has got a bigger mountain that they got to climb through. Moonlight's got to be feeling good about that. By the way, that was just one push. That was like the only opportunity Moonlight had to do anything this entire game, and they took full advantage of it. Now, can they hold on for the defense a minute 15 to try to get this first game here, in which a set in which they're going to have to force a bracket reset. They want to find a way to win this tournament. 1 minute left to go. Missiles coming out a little bit early, but here comes the Ichizuka shots that have been online, but they ultimately get eliminated before they can start getting fired, and that is just that is Yoshi, the last player left alive with the ball point ready to go. But Nolan, how did you land that shot? Canceling the ball point before the inkjet can get popped off. And Moonlight's looking to add to their lead here, if not bleed more time off the clock.
Moonlight does not want me to go to sleep. They are eyeing for this bracket reset here as they continue the pressure with 30 seconds left in this game. The juice online for Tempest, but they need to find picks to make anything of it, and they need to find space back in mid. They're doing their best, the inkjet online, but one down now. They don't quite have the utility they need to make anything of it, as Moonlight does a great job holding on to mid here, watching where Red Shell is moving to. So a neutral here with 10 seconds remaining, but Tempest fighting now for a chance to stay in this game last second. Nolan's Kraken looking to not give that any play.
Yeah, what do you do about that? Like, GG Kraken. It's not the sexiest way to close out a game, but not really a whole lot you can do about it. Moonlight, one push is all they need. Tempest looks like it looked like Tempest was picking up where they left off in the last step, where they just get control of things and just coast to the win. Moonlight getting all the picks they needed right at the perfect time. And really, it started with Nolan getting that bizarre fall-off splat on the red shell, who's trying to jump away, and then just had a little Kraken party in the enemy base, just blows the doors wide open for Moonlight to clear 2 checkpoints and get that first game.
You know, for every 10 96 fall off shots that miss, surely one will hit. So I don't know what Nolan offered up to the RNG gods, but clearly they're doing them a solid there, because again, converting that there into a W means they're up in this set, and that's not something they were ever in the winner's final set against Tempest. So that momentum is something they might be able to keep moving forward here on Rainmaker Museum, a map mode we saw these two teams on.
It was a barn burner.
Yeah,
it was very exciting. Actually, a lot of these, this is pretty much the same. We saw Claimblitz Manta, we saw Tower Control.
Yeah.
We didn't see Splat Zone Umami because it's not in the map pool. But apparently, I'm being told this is my fault that it showed up here. I didn't
you know
do it.
what? I like
How?
this. Yeah.
How?
No, I don't care. It's your fault. I like this game.
Sure. I don't buy that. I'm not buying this.
Can I pull that in help desk tomorrow? Look, there's a lot of firsts for me.
Fault? No,
Yeah.
you can't. You're a head TO. You can't just shift the blame.
Well, who punishes me if I do that?
Our
Right?
sponsors?
Stupid goiter. We're gonna get going here. Here we go. Rainmaker, Museum de El Mosquito. Do we get a Luna Blaster at least? I really want a Luna Blaster.
No, you're losing the set. You can't be using the Luna Blaster. By the way, that is their first loss of the day that wasn't a Luna Blaster. That didn't include a Luna Blaster there for Tempest. So, not the ideal situation you want to be going into, but Tempest trying to get the win right here. But things working out pretty good in the opening minute. Now, Moonlight got the huge lead at the beginning of the last time these two teams played on this map and mode, trying to replicate that same exact situation right here. Nolan's just mowing people down.
Oh, a nice jump out there, but it gives far too much space for Moonlight to make something happen here early. Again, pushing first, finding space, finding picks. Nolan, once again, paving the way, 36 points. And they're in a great position to pop and keep moving here, especially with those missiles online. And Omega looking to do just that, grabbing the Raker, 23, 20 points, 18 points. And that's more than we saw all in the last set of this last matchup here. A great push. We're only now passing the 60-second point. And Moonlight, a beautiful showing here. Masterclass in first 60 seconds.
Much higher score, but literally the same exact strategy they used in the first minute of the last game. Got the first checkpoint because Nolan was able to blow the doors wide open. Shadow getting a huge lead off the first checkpoint, and then Omega popping the Rainmaker and slipping through. This time not getting stopped at 30, but 18 remaining. Same exact play book from Moonlight there, and now it's got them a little bit more of a comfortable lead, but they want to keep up the aggression. You see them doing just that. They're not going to hang back. They're not going to try to bleed time off the clock. They're going to keep trying to add to their lead, play like they're the team from behind.
How many times will the nose of the Kraken miss a barely flying jetpack? That's like the 5th time I've seen it today. But not able to make anything of it there was Nolan. Tempest grabbing this Rainmaker in mid. Not in a great position to make anything of it, but they're forced now having grabbed it.
Drift T doing a little bit of a squid roll off the wall there for Flare, trying to dodge any potential inkjet area of effect shots. I don't really know, but still Moonlight able to get most of the advantage there. Look how much map control they have as they're trying to force their way back up. Nolan trying to do a little bit of a cheeky jump from mid, ultimately gets shut down, and a lot of rain fires just falling down across Moonlight here as Basil's forced to pop their inkjet a little bit early just to make sure they hold back control of mid. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Basil's forced to jump right back out. And Omega's going to try something here. Is it going to be something that makes... It's not going to be anything, though.
You tried it, though. You really did.
No, yeah, I
Checkmate.
definitely tried it.
Checkmate not going to fall here for Tempest. They try to make their own hero play.
And why not? Honestly, that's the play style that got you here. Keep the aggression up. Keep the team forced to look behind them there. But still, the first checkpoint does fall, and this is looking kind of scary. But Drifty, oh, that might just shut down the push right
Mega's
there.
getting desperate. Ooh, crazy Viper play back. Nothing off of either of them. I mean, it feels almost like you're playing Nimber down with the Moonlight somehow, though. Converting it, you're up a huge lead here, and you're making it happen. So the aggression from Moonlight being their friend here is able to find free for there.
Are you driving through a tunnel right now? What is going on with you? You sound a little bit weird. But right now, Tempest able to slip through and not get the lead. Get the 28 remaining. Moonlight is going to dunk the Rainmaker back into mid with about a minute 10 left to go.
Trying to get me to, but I'm fixing my microphone. Is it
Yes.
are we good?
This is your opportunity to test to see if you're working again. That's
It worked.
the point. All right,
you
here we
go.
go. You sound great.
Okay, 50 seconds remain here in this game. Moonlight able to push through, though Tempest not having a squid bag opportunity quite yet in this last final
Oh, that
45
might be
seconds
huge,
of
though.
push. But the pick on that ball point can be all the difference. Drifty trying to move forward, force to the right side, able to find not quite the lead for 22 points. They're in a great spot to repop and move, and Omega's down. They're doing just that, and it's. Can anyone grab it? What's?
They did, but it ultimately got shot down. But they're
There
gonna
it
take, yeah, there it is. Oh man, just too much momentum coming at the back, and it started with them knocking out the ball point up top there, allowing them to move up into the right spot. And yeah, just not enough resources left in the cupboard for Moonlight to hold on to get the lead, to save the lead. And you see Tempest running right in. We don't want this game to end like the last one did. We're gonna shut you down right here.
Can we-
get the chance to do so?
Can we replay that little lead? I feel like I saw some squid bag there. I'm not sure, but I feel like I saw a little bit of callback in that final push as overtime goes halfway down. Tempest doing a great job just stalling out mid. And Moonlight needs to make it to the other team's spawn. It's not happening when there's 3 specials online from Tempest. And
Yeah, they're not even gonna get back to mid there. It's
Yeah.
Moonlight. Okay, that was the same exact game that we just saw, except it wasn't an exciting finish. But Moonlight gets the huge lead thanks to a second push by Omega off of the opening push. And at the end, it's just a little bit too much Tempest to deal with. So a tale of 2 maps, but it's still the same story at the end.
you know what,
It's weird.
Popgun? We get to see
Yes.
Umami.
I don't know about that. I bet you one of the TOs is gonna hop in there and be like, "Hey, we accidentally put in a map that's not there, so we're going to switch it mid set."
This is my
I
vote.
bet you that's what's gonna
This is
happen.
my vote. This is my vote for Umami.
You don't get a vote. What do you mean?
This is my vote. I get.
Since when do you get a vote? in
I
this
don't know.
scenario?
I've got a cool
Bro, you can't
NTO
even
badge.
vote. You can't even vote for real.
Hey, don't remind
to
me.
do that. What are you
Don't
talking
remind
about?
me.
All right, let's hear
I-
your fictitious vote. That
I
doesn't count.
have a little gold star. You know those like plastic wings you get when you fly Delta and you're 8 years old? I have one
No.
of those, but it's like a sheriff's badge and it says head TO of Low Ink. And all I want as head TO of Low Ink in the tournament that is not Low Ink is Umami Ruin Splat Zones in the most intense game 4.
Okay.
That's all I want.
You might want that, but I'm the one who has to deal with the feedback forms. So I don't.
Oh.
your
You
opinion
know,
is null and void. And
Oh
look,
wow.
look,
Just
something
like
could
the
happen.
real voting.
'Cause one of these teams could win this game 3 so hard that they win 2 points off of it. We might just end the tournament right here.
Yeah,
You
I'd
never
love
know.
I'd love to see Tempest just log off. They go, Moonlight they just
Yeah.
played so well. I gotta respect their W.
We'll cross that bridge if we get to game 4. It's still up in the air. A lot could
If
happen.
we get there.
Somebody could like DC or something.
Yeah, we could have a whole team
or
line
rage
up.
quit. Rage quitting is definitely on the table here.
Quick,
as we
run your
see
microwaves.
both teams coming back out. Moonlight opting to go with the Carbon Deco this time around. If they can find enough paint to make sure Omega can start cooking as they're up on the mast mid.
Juice acting like armor coming out early here for Moonlight as Omega looks to make a play on this top mid. Their teammate, though, their buddy going down, able to find one, but stranded in a sea of blue. That's going to give a player advantage to Tempest here, and looks like a first push gearing up for their favor, but not if you're going to now.
Things are looking good for Moonlight here, and another bright spot, a bright map here, as they're starting to get a lot of picks. Got that crack in the work as well. They need more clams, though. That's the problem with these early pushes. You don't always have an opportunity to get some claims. Nolan making sure nobody jumps in from that beacon, ultimately shutting it down, but holding down this enemy side of the map. Getting a nice pick there on Drifty, holding on to this crack in very long amount of time, and now they finally got the opening that they need, just using it to create a little bit of space. But you know everybody from Tempest is just staying out of range of that crack. It gets a very nice trade right there. Where is the power
Oh!
clam?
Basil! What an inkjet snipe to get rid of the last player of Tempest there, as now the basket is open for Moonlight. They have a second ball, not in a position to throw it in as Basil, and they're having to back up, but a great shot from them to open up the field there, though. Not quite the momentous push they wanted off.
But still, it gives them map control. This is one of those maps where if you push, you don't have to worry about losing too many players as long as you still have a player back in mid that can control things. It's such a longer map. It's a lot slower to work your way back through mid when the enemy team has control of it. So you're at liberty to kind of get some of the push. And it's hard to score in this map in general. I'm not saying they're going to win off of that, but I think you're fine with how that push ended, even though you didn't get many points, because you're leaving yourself an opportunity to get a second push going off here.
Basil looking for a little bit of the same magic, not able to find the cross-map snipe this time around, but with 2 balls on the field, Moonlight a little bit vulnerable to all their positions known here to Tempest, so a flank is going to be the needed play, but it doesn't look like anyone's in position quite to make it happen. So a stalled out mid, the same thing we saw in the Clam Blitz match on Mako Mart, but this time a lot more yellow on the map, and jumping ball plays from that Kraken, gonna make a bunch of points fall.
2 power clips. I was thinking the same thing. When are they going to find an opportunity to pop the basket? They're just holding on all these clams for nothing. But that is the score that you're looking for. The problem is Red Shell gets to paint up mid for free, and now Moonlight's going to be stuck on the defensive side of things unless they can go through and get some splats. They got the Inkjet ready to go, and they take care of Red Shell. They lose Omega in the process, though. But Moonlight's able to respond very well to that. Losing that many players, but still able to come back in. That was a bit of a risky play doing the jumping strat, because you are going to lose your players on top of that, but they've responded well to it, and now it works out.
You know, you commented Red Shell there. It was their job to paint up mid, and thankfully for, for Moonlight, much like my 2003 Toyota Corolla named Beth, windshield wiper's not working great to put a lot of area down.
Oh my God.
So, finally, Tempest finding a way in. It's just the ball for now. And a little bit more from the windshield wiper player, Red Shell, but not enough to find a lead as 1 minute remains.
Footnote, we are circling back. We're not letting you get away with that, but we got a minute left to go here. Tempest able to pop the basket. Doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of penalty points. The question is, how is Moonlight going to play this out? Are they going to try to fight to get back control mid? Are they going to try to turtle up? I don't think that's going to work out with the style, with the weapons that they got here. But Tempest seems to have wrestled map control of mid into their favor, and it's going to be a battle for that bunker area. As long as Moonlight has control of their bunker and they can keep their ball point safe up top there, they can shut down that flank route on the left, and they can create the space for everybody else to come through mid on the right to the side of Moonlight. Tempest is aware of that, and you see them trying to go in and knocking Basil off that spot, and Basil is punishing them for it over and over. Drift T's forced to back up because they have the only reason that they go into overtime. I don't know if you want to score right here. Even if you pop the basket, that's game. even if you do that. So I
Oh.
guess I just had to try it regardless. I don't know.
No, that's you saw the cool kids at school like do their little double ball jump kraken play, and you tried to imitate it, but you know you're a band kid, and that's not for you. So I'm win
Hey,
for Moonlight.
Wow, I think you might have just thrown shade at about 90% of the chat.
I was aiming for you, but I guess
For
I
me?
guess I just hit your wife.
Wow, what? Clip that out of context. Okay, can we go
no.
back here? What your first car was a 2013
2003
Corolla?
Toyota Corolla.
2003
Name's
Corolla.
Beth,
And the windshield wipers didn't work?
Don't work great.
Oh, this
and
is your
so-
current car.
Yeah,
And the wipers don't work?
not well. And so, like, you were saying that the Splatoon wiper player had to paint the
Yes.
map. And I
Yes.
was like, it's similar to Beth, my 2003 Toyota Corolla.
Okay, so what do you do when it rains? Do you just not drive, or do you stick your head
No,
out the
I mean,
window?
I put I put the windshield wipers on. They just like Red Shell. They're trying to paint mid on Clamblitz Manta Maria tonight in Proving Grounds. It doesn't do a great job.
You know, my first car was a 1992 Pontiac Grand Am. The front bumper was held together by duct tape that I applied, and I cannot believe I took my wife on our first date ever in that thing, and I can't believe I got a second date out of that. But
Did it have a name?
yes, but it was cringe, and I don't want to think back on my teenage years, which is where you're at right now. You won't want to be thinking back on.
Beth is a
some
great
friend-
car. I feel
It is. And here we go.
Umami
We're playing
Ruins!
an illegal map that's shown up in Proving Grounds, Umami Ruins, and somehow this is my fault. I'll
Yeah.
take the L. You know what?
Okay,
I'm fine to do that. But no comp change. Moonlight's doing the same exact comp. Both teams are, aren't they?
3 down. Beep boop. Moonlight takes 3. Moving forward. I mean, maybe they just have more practice on an unorthodox mode like this, but the aggression coming out from everyone on Moonlight right now, that's a strong opening lockout to find 4 and then 2 more in the first 30 seconds of a game. That's more picks per minute than we typically see over the course of a full match.
Picks per minute. I wish that was a stat we could actually track. That would be pretty nice. We just kind of got to go off the assumption of like, oh, wow, this player's getting a lot of picks right here. But right now, Moonlight, we talked about the last Splatoon game, how Tempest forced Moonlight to sped up. This is what Tempest is doing now. They're staying back. They're building up their specials. They're going to go in with the soda and the ball point together and the missiles on top of it. I think they got the missiles that they fired off. Yeah, they already fired off the missiles. So
10 ticks.
but it still doesn't work out in
Oh,
their
it's
favor.
not enough.
Wow, bracket reset, actually. Hey,
Bracket reset.
wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we know we will get to sleep eventually now. It's just not for another best of time.
Yes, this won't be the longest Proving Grounds of all time, but we are getting a bracket reset. Moonlight imposes their will on Tempest on that Splatzones game, and now we're going to a bracket reset. Nicely done to them. A
Umami
complete flip of the
ruins.
script of the last Splatzones game.
I mean, hey, it's Umami Ruins, baby. I don't know what to tell ya. When you set the moon loose on the ruins.
Yeah. Finish that thought. Go on. No, you're on to something. You were cooking something there. Finish it up.
The Tempest doesn't
Yeah.
take the win.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Brush.
I've got to wake up at 8 a.m. for Splatoon tomorrow.
Let's go, baby.
Oh.
Let's go.
Okay,
Welcome
we got to.
Proving
I feel like
Grounds.
Proving Grounds is the only event where we actively root against the underdog in grand finals for the
Look,
sake
no,
of our
no,
sloop
no.
schedules.
If you're the commentator, you always will root for the underdog. If you're the TO, you always root for the higher seed because you want to go to bed. So, but regardless, we're at the grand finals bracket reset. This is the final best of 5.
Is that eel?
Winner gets to claim a Proving Grounds badge, and the loser is going to be in the feedback being like, oh, how come you had Umami Ruins when it wasn't on the map pool?
I mean, hey, TOs, can we just do a best of 5 umami? I mean, hit all the modes at least once.
We can do whatever. It doesn't matter. None of this matters in the grand scheme of things.
None of this matters. 99K on Moonlight right now. What is going on with this betting? Oh my god. Oh, 100K to Tempest. Wow, we just really up there. That's my map pool.
Stop! No, stop! Stop it! Elemental, no! I had such high hopes for you. Oh, okay. Hey, a perfect 50-50 split. Well, I mean, not perfect, but I mean, as far as like percentage points is concerned, this is what we like to see. People gambling their life savings.
What happened to all the points?
What do you mean? What happened to all
Moonlight
the points?
only has 3K on him now.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
whatever. Weird.
I don't know. No, that was the. I think this was the last set. The results from the last one.
Gotcha.
Regardless, game 1, Rainmaker at Scorched Gorge, and Tri-Slosher is the only thing different from Moonlight. Who's the one that Actually, is that Basil in the Tri-Slosher?
Enri.
No, it's Enri. What does Basil do? Is Basil the Inzap now? No, this is Tempest we're looking at here. Basil's still in the ballpoint.
Okay, well, the Tri-Slosher gonna have to be proven its grounds here, not to say the thing. But instead, 2 down, going down behind the play. It's just Enri alive with that Tri-Slosher up for Tempest as Moonlight's up, looking to pop this Rainmaker and find a play, pushing the other direction. 3 defenders to the 4, pushing in Nolan's. Kraken is putting in the work there on the front line. Picked 1, looking for the second, though. No more Kraken yet. And the checkpoint will not quite fall, but 3 down in favor of Moonlight, and they got the momentum to keep moving forward.
They do. Yeah, they have a little bit of a good flanking opportunity. Actually, no, those are the Tempest players that are stuck in their own base dealing with this Inkjet. Okay, look, I know we see a lot of Inkjet now, but I think we just need to appreciate Inkjet because I appreciate it. I feel like it's a great special.
It's not easy.
Oh, the ballpoint itself, Basil as a whole is just a great player. On top of this, just the whole kit ripping Tempest apart right now.
Yeah, get them some marinara and cheese. I need a nice slice.
And I'll take the mic back over now. Drift picking up the Rainmaker with that soda in their hand. Looking at why did they pick it up exactly? Did they feel somebody was pressuring it right there to pick it right back up? Why didn't they just let it reset?
We saw this from earlier from Moonlight. They kept grabbing the Rainmaker in their own spawn. I wonder if these teams, they're feeling the pressure, they're feeling the speed of these sets, and they just got to grab the thing and move it. I mean, it's a shining, glowing gold fish. You just got to get it and start moving it, and it's not actually the right play because instead you're dealing with a player down and you're dealing with Omega back in your spawn. Finally, though, halfway through this game, just about, and the Rainmaker's reset.
Orange mid is
moving back ahead.
Look how orange mid is. And if you're the Carbon Roller Omega, this is exactly what you want to see. You can just go anywhere and do anything. And they've been camping out in the enemy side of the map. And oh, by the way, when you're not dealing with the Carbon Roller, here comes a Kraken that's doing the same exact thing, forcing you to retreat. And you don't have anywhere to retreat to, so you just got to take the L. As Nolan takes care of 2 players, just looking to get the wipeout on the splash. By the way, there's a crab. That's our first splash we've seen. I forgot that weapon existed. And Tempest is going to have to find ways to use it on the offensive side of things. Nolan says, Red Shell says, no, you're not jumping to your doom. I'm taking you down.
Need the
But
stats.
still, it doesn't matter because look at what Omega gets to do. Just go right back there.
And beyond that, I mean, look at the score. When was the last time you saw the counter tick past 14 on Scorched Gorge Rainmaker? I mean, it's relatively unheard of. And to think that Moonlight has been locking out Tempest in their own spawn for 4 minutes this game. I mean, 3 and change now, but it's looking like it's been before. 2 down once again for Tempest. Moonlight doing a great job, just never letting off the gas. I mean, just holding forward this whole time. And the crab isn't enough to hold on to Tempest.
Yeah, you know why Moonlight is being so aggressive? Because they've lost twice on Rainmaker with a huge lead. They realize that this game is still pretty much tied at this point, even though they got this monstrous lead. And I don't know if you want to back up and get splatted just like that. They do keep the Rainmaker up on the enemy side of the map, but the map control that was orange forever is starting to slowly creep into the blue favor. And this is the beginning of the opportunity for Tempest to do that classic trademark come from behind win in the closing minutes, unless Basil is just not having it this game.
You pop this thing and you don't grab it, and then you pull it into your own spawn. Shadow doesn't like that plan though, opting to grab it and move it forward with 30 seconds left. They want to keep the pressure on. It's a risky play in this case, but with a player like Omega able to shark and grab the Trizooka by 2, and now getting rid of Henry, the last one. You don't need to pull it back. I mean, you keep the pressure. There's 10 seconds left in this game. Pop gun up. Moonlight in a reverse sweep. They're gonna be up 1-0 here.
They are. Yeah, this one's over. Moonlight's just having way too much fun that game, and there's the end right there. The 2002 Toyota Corolla Player of the Game Award, I think, goes to. It's hard to say. I feel like every player on Moonlight just worked so perfectly with each other. Basil shut down everything, made sure Tempest never got back to mid. Omega just completely taking advantage of the map control that the rest of the team was putting down right there. Just everybody doing their job perfectly, and Tempest just never had an answer for anything that entire game.
Hey, Pop Gun.
Yes.
It's a 2003 Toyota Corolla. I just want to make sure you know.
Excuse me.
Just want to make sure you know.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's not 02. Just so you know. Just so we're clear.
Does it have a cassette player?
Yeah, I use a Bluetooth cassette player because it doesn't have an aux cord.
Hey, I got some old Billy Joel tracks back in my parents' house.
I'll stop by next time I'm driving south.
Next LAN, I'll slip it back over to you. Game 2, Clan Blitz at the museum. Oh, we do have the stat. Whoa, how did you do that? We had the stats.
Yeah,
now it's
in stream coordination. It's in stream coordination.
No. Oh, it's stream coordination.
Basil and Omega both got 22 picks.
I think Basil went 22-2 that game.
And Omega did
22-8.
Yeah. 44 picks combined. Just
that
2 players.
That is a butt whooping that turned into a butt whooping deluxe. And this is great for Moonlight to come in. You force the bracket reset. Tempest is probably frustrated that this tournament is still going on. And now you're really starting to turn on the gas right now. If Moonlight wins this one, this might not be a crazy hot take, but if Moonlight wins this one, I think the set's over. I'll say this. If Moonlight wins this one, they will win game 3. Because I think at that point, it'll be proven that Tempest has just run out of gas for whatever reason.
Still lukewarm, bro. I mean, that's still
I know. As I started to say it, I started to realize,
the question here really is, can Moonlight take game 2? The question is can Tempest find it?
I think the question more is, can Tempest bounce back? Because they haven't really been... The last 2 games have been total curb stomps. Game 3 was a little bit more back and forth. Moonlight just had that bigger lead, but Tempest was able to get back into things. But the last 2 games, Moonlight has just been toying with Tempest, whether it's 1 minute or just a 5-minute beatdown.
I think the question is, can we go back to Umami Ruins?
We can't.
Okay.
We can't.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I'll answer that question for you. Okay, no.
Wolf, is Toasty around? Toasty likes me.
There's nothing to do with how much they like you, Brush.
You're right. It's how much they dislike your opinion and will.
You know what? That's honestly sometimes it does come down to
an enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know.
Yeah, there we go. This is and by the way, we got another one of these awkward. Maybe somebody DC'd or something. I don't know.
Not dead, as we learned.
Also, shout out to Elemental for getting those stats to us. Could you
my
calculate
gosh.
the splats per minute?
Yeah, can you go back and watch the VOD?
Oh no,
Elemental?
you had to leave the room to get the stats. That's why we did. Oh gosh.
Well, I
we're the
still
one.
appreciate
It's
it.
our fault.
You
We're
know
slowing
what?
Down this
The
tournament.
product is the stream, as Kenneth K-Bot once said. Actually said a lot, so I don't feel bad.
You can quote him on that.
Yeah, no, you can.
Yeah.
You can also quote him. It's esports with a lowercase s, never uppercase.
By the way, somebody asked in the Loink help desk if coaching mid-set is allowed. The answer is yes. You can even do that at LANs now.
We saw a certain someone do a very good job with
I was
that
about to say,
LCC.
speaking of K-Bot, like, yeah, you can coach mid-set. And also, it's online. Somebody also asked in help desk if you can use a turbo controller. The answer technically is no, because then the controller's doing the inputs for you. But, like, how the hell am I supposed to know if you're using a turbo controller online? But maybe they wanted to report themselves. Regardless, we're moving on. Game 2. No real changes across the board here. I mean, Inri's going back to that splatter shot, but these are still comps that we're kind of used to seeing from these teams at this point.
Where is my Luna Blaster? This set was so much fun last time.
They lost both games last set using the Luna Blaster. And I don't know. Mako Mart's coming around game 3. Maybe they'll want to use it there. But I think we're getting closer to when in doubt, use the bring your K-Gal out kind of territory here. Because this is Tempest is falling apart rather quickly over the course of this grand finals. And Moonlight's looking to pick up right where they left off, getting control of mid.
The initial orange now turning blue as Moonlight keeps the momentum forward. Nolan trying to charge up that Kraken, and now it's ready, so they're just looking for a time to use it. Basil trying to open up the field a little bit, not able to find a quick pick, and that's going to put a little bit of a stall in the urgency of that Kraken, but Basil doesn't want to. Basil popping the basket open. There's the Kraken as Nolan parades all the way up to the spawn of Tempest, now behind Drifty, able to keep the momentum moving and not able to survive that inch. And a great read there from Basil to open up that basket and start this push.
Yeah, but they're going to sacrifice mid on top of that. And Omega, it's got to be predictable what Omega's going to be doing here if you're Tempest. I think Yoshi starting to realize that. Or maybe not feeding right into it. Ultimately, lucky to escape that with a trade. But yeah, that's what Omega's going to be trying to do in those situations where Tempest gets back control of mid, and they're going to be flanking around that left side just to try to keep Tempest honest, but instead, they're able to collapse on top of the basket and score. Pop it, can they find a way to get a lead right here? It doesn't really matter. I mean, yes, you want to have the lead, but you want to get a lot more points on top of this if you can. It looks like the answer to that is going to be yes for a little bit, because Drifty's up there throwing in some more clams, and here comes Inri around the backside with a few more clams. They're going to try to slip in as well, but they're not going to get up there in time. But more importantly, unlike Moonlight, they get the basket pop, they get the lead, and they don't sacrifice mid on top of it.
And they're already looking to push again, even though they're one down. Nolan is going to be deciding, or going to be the deciding factor with that Kraken for them to finally back up. But even then, Henry doing a great job keeping their ground, holding where they are, finding two, not able to quite find the third. There's the three, and a 3-for-1 deal there. That's a great move in. Tempest, once again, pushing forward. This is the Tempest we saw in the first winners final set. I don't know where they went.
Well, they're back now, at least slightly. This isn't a good lead that you want to feel comfortable with, especially with 2 minutes left to go. But most importantly, they're keeping control of mid. They're not selling out their entire souls just to get a few more points up on the board. 2 minutes left to go. Tempest controlling mid. They gather up all of the clam resources that they need to keep pushes going. But this is what, wow, Shadow was the one that time, being the one going around flanking behind the doors. Doesn't get anything off, but the rest of Moonlight went in with Shadow leading the way, following up with that inkjet, getting some more splats, and now all of a sudden Moonlight has pushed past the enemy side of the map, and they're getting a party in their base, with Basil being the one who's going to have to pop the basket. A lot of follow-up clams ready to go if they can pop it.
Basil looking to find an opportunity again, though with that ball, that inkjet's going to mean that it's a little bit slower. Ooh. Not if you go down. The ball's free to pop now, but you don't have the players to do so. A 2v2 situation, one of those on respawn. It's just Omega. The Yoshi, though. Omega finds the pick, and it's the second time tonight we've seen a ball disintegrate just like that. So Omega has to back up here, not able to find the push off of it. And they're in bad water now. They're going to go down 3-4. Tempest, once again, with a player damage.
That was a great pushing opportunity by Moonlight. It's just a random suction bomb threw everything off. Just canceled that inkjet, and then with the inkjet fell, so did the power clam, and ultimately just slipped away. But Moonlight slipping their way back into this one. And, oh, I thought that suction bomb was going to do another shenanigan right there. Instead, the Kraken can't be killed by it, ultimately getting splat. The basket does pop, and they just need a few clams in there to get the lead. 2 more will give them the lead, and with this amount of time left, it could be it. But Basil's the only person with clams right now, and they're trying to slip around, expertly moving around that light like this. One of the clams in, but Drifty's still, Shadow's the last one left alive. They're not going to get there in time, but they do make the clam necessary to force overtime. The question is, can they battle through Tempest, who's regained control of mid?
The ball wins it, and we've seen them play the Kraken shot before, so the question is, can Nolan stay alive? And they can't, so there's no Kraken out to make a jump here. Basil has to traverse the whole map if they want to get this ball in. Now Shadow has one of their own. A ball wins it, but we're halfway through overtime here, and there's not enough paint on the ground. Missiles out in favor of Tempest. Just Basil alive. And a wipeout in mid gives Tempest our game 2.
There's Tempest. That's the bounce back they've been looking for. They've been getting punched pretty hard in the mouth the last 2 straight games. Now they finally respond. It's not a dominant win by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a gritty win. One that they could feel good. Okay, we can scrap our way back into this one. Tie up the set 1-1, heading into a Splat Zone's Mako Mart. And yeah, we were kind of joking, when are they going to bring out the Luna Blaster here? This is the decision that I got to make, because this is the map where both teams feel comfortable going off script on. So we might see that Octobrush come back out, or that Luna Blaster come back out. We're definitely going to see the Carbon Roller come back out. That we know on a map like this from the side of Moonlight. But Tempest has to figure out, okay, do we want to stick to our guns or brushes and blasters, I guess you should say? Or is this like, hey, we really need to win this one. Let's get that splatter shot back out in the wiper deco.
Yeah, I don't know that you, Popgun. I think the Octobrush is a strong pick here, especially when you're playing up against that Carbon Roller. The Octobrush can do a great job at controlling space, playing a little bit of your own sharky skirmisher kind of play style, and make something happen for yourself.
Shout outs to Drifty, who's in chat, correcting somebody who called Henry.
Hey, they're also correcting me for calling them Henri, but I'm like,
Henri.
It seems it's Henri, you know? It feels a little French. It feels like it's got a little wee croissant in it, if you feel.
No.
So, no, not at all.
No.
Okay.
We're not going to wee croissant our way through proving grounds here. But yeah, that's an answer that we're going to have to see at this point. I think Tempest does kind of stick to that. I don't think it's like I don't think they change their comp based off of what the current mood of the set is. I feel like that is just what they feel really comfortable doing on this map mode in particular. So I wouldn't be surprised if we no, I'm going to call it right now. We are going to see the Luna Blaster, and we are going to see the Octobrush. You dance,
Really?
you dance with the girl you brought to the dance.
And they brought the Luna Blaster to the dance?
Yes, the Luna Blaster and the Octobrush is what made them great on this map. So they're gonna stick to their guns.
An E-liter?
Unless they don't. Unless they don't.
Okay.
Yeah, look, okay, so Basil on the E-liter is probably thrilled that they're not using that Octobrush. Well, no, actually, no, they got to deal with Tenda missiles, so maybe they're not happy with that. But Basil is a beast on that E-liter when they're not running for their lives, which they're going to have to do because that missiles are going to be targeted on that E-liter nonstop.
2 down. That's going to give a player advantage to Tempest here, though. It looks like that's going to quickly swap Moonlight now with the player advantage of their own.
Is that a crab?
Shadow's Crab, a Splash-O-Matic. Second time we've seen it. It feels like it's been years. And it's going to pay off. In this case, giving Moonlight space to move up with now a 10-tick advantage and 3 players down on Tempest.
I wonder if Basil knew they weren't going to use Inzap and they weren't going to have Soda, so those respawn punishers were going to be that much more deadly. I wonder if they realized that. Oh, no, they do have Soda because of the Tri-Slosher.
It's less Soda, I can tell you that. I mean, it doesn't quite match a Zap's energy, and especially if they're keeping Drifty, not on the field, if they're keeping them off of respawn, they're never going to have it ready. So sitting at 66, they want to get it. There you go. Now it's starting to charge up towards that juice, but it's not going to quite be enough.
This is why it's not fun being an E-leader. You're just constantly running from your... Now, if you can get set up, Basil's going to hit their shots. And with Respawn Punisher, you're just going to be gone, unless you got Soda in you. But right now, Tempest is containing Moonlight yet again, trying to get 2 consecutive wins. Eliminates Shadow. Nice splat there by Basil. And is it going to be enough to get back control of zone? It should be, right? Yes.
Yes. Good enough job painting there. Red Shell now swinging on behind, looking for a pick. Finds one. Now it's a 1v1 in E-leader.
Get out of there, Basil. Get out of there.
Able to back up a bit. Are they on the right spawn? Oh, they are. That's just a sneaky beacon.
Red Shell did a flank and put a beacon right there. Basil was not expecting that. They were retreating, and all of a sudden they bump into an enemy beacon. Like, oh, what the heck? But still, Tempest able to get lead. Moonlight trying to get back into this one. They don't have a lot of penalty points left to go. And Red Shell's missiles, they're going to have to hold on to it. Probably past the point to where they can save the lead right now. Shadow popping the crab just to make sure that they hold on to this lead. As here comes the missiles out. Moonlight gets control of the lead. Can there be a way for Tempest to get back into the zone to stall this game out a little bit longer? They take care of Omega, but they're having a difficult time wrestling it back away. It's just Basil being the last one left alive. 1 point remaining. Jumps out of there, and Tempest hangs on here in this critical game 3.
40 ticks of penalty points, and then it's just 20 to match that score and get a KO for Tempest. And there's plenty of time to do it. There's no way this game goes to 5 minutes here with scores like these on the field. A 4v2 situation in favor of Moonlight. It's just Henry standing there. Basil unable to find the pick. That's going to mean Cap switches over to Moonlight, but not quite the player advantage they want to hold on to mid as Yoshi comes up for this one.
And, it comes down to getting your E-leader established safe on that left side, and Tempest has to find a way to knock them out. Nolan doing a good job of playing bodyguard here, trying to build up another Kraken to make sure they can find a way to get through these penalty points and get the KO before Tempest can get back into this one. But it always starts with Omega. Omega's the first player Tempest has been targeting to eliminate, so that they can find ways to start moving up. And one more player going down. And actually, 2 players went down from the side of Tempest, and Moonlight is going to hold on to that one and get the KO.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those moments you're looking at the end there. Not enough resources prioritized on zone. I'm sure a little bit of discombobulation on the back end, and that means that you're stuck with just Red Shell trying to paint for their dear life against 3 others on Moonlight. So a great lockout there from Moonlight. Dominant Splatzone's gameplay. And they can smell it. They're 1 away from victory. They're at a tournament point.
What does victory smell like?
I mean, you told me there's maybe blood and no sweat and tears and definitely not vomit. So
There's
I guess
definitely no. At least not in this game.
I guess just blood.
That is called nosebleed that you're experiencing. You should get some first aid for that. So tower control, Eeltail Alley. All the flanks that you like to see out of Moonlight might be a little bit isolated up on this map. I don't think we're going to see that E-leader come right back out. What?
I knew it, Wolf. It's an illegal pick. It's another not map pool. I felt it in my bones.
It's not in the map pool?
map pool. I almost called it out when we moved over here. I could feel it. Eeltail Alley, I'm all for this. And it's, you know whose fault it is, Popgun? It's yours.
How I'm literally the one that made the map pool a month ago. What do you mean it's my fault? I don't understand how this became a thing. But you know what? Do you think how much you want to bet the players didn't look at the map pool beforehand?
None of them knew.
Hey.
Eeltail, that makes sense. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's Derek Troll Eeltail. All right. I'll be leaving feedback about this later. You'll be seeing my thoughts about this on Twitter later, young man.
You know what? If you do go to Twitter about these map modes, make sure you at me, Brushstrokes SPL. I've been trying to climb the ranks of notable TOs in the scene, and apparently getting a DM from Popgun is not enough. You have to also have people talk to you. So we're working on that.
You have to have conversations with other human beings. Yeah, it's working out for you. There's the ballpoint coming back out from Basil, and ballpoint coming back out from Yoshi. So nothing crazy interesting coming out from either team as far as what they've been showing up to this point. It is tournament points for Moonlight, the team in the yellow, as Tempest is going to have to find a way to force a game 5 here and stop the bleeding.
Oh, Nolan with a fall-off pick. They're going to go down to Karma there, but a 2v2 situation on the field. It's going to be Moonlight looking to grab this first checkpoint, take a lot of space here early, and keep the gas pedal on the floor. They're not giving up any room for Tempest to breathe.
Yeah, and now they're starting to breathe, though, as, well, combined with the Inkzuka and the Inkjet special starting to push back the members of Moonlight a little bit here, starting to get the splat right now in that first checkpoint, which really doesn't mean anything on this map other than just to slow things down initially. Does fall into Tempest's favors to get the lead, but who cares? This is about getting that second checkpoint. Moonlight is going to make sure they don't even come close to that as they're starting to wrestle control of mid back into their favor. And actually, not even wrestle it, they're just going to take it. The Inzap, the Drift T, you're not going to win that fight. Nolan's got more range, even though got the, how did you get that kill? Excuse me, Nolan. Oh my
gonna
god.
keep
oh my
the
god.
spree alive.
Stop it.
Two
Stop
more there.
it.
They
Nolan
see
doesn't want
Drifty
to
on the
play anymore.
respawn. They see Drifty on the respawn. They're popping their Kraken for it. Finally finds the pick. 35 ticks. One more checkpoint to go, and it's a 3v3 situation with many a special online for Moonlight. There's Juice, there's your Inkjet. Shadow gets to hide. The little bit of space there means they go down as well. 12 points, though, in the first 2 minutes of this game. I mean, Moonlight seems unstoppable.
Nolan's got a date tonight, I think. Okay, let's hurry this up. I'm just going to hold forward and just auto-aim onto everybody with this weapon with RNG and just mow people down, giving Moonlight a tournament-winning lead. So how does Tempest respond to this? And I don't really know. It just seems like Moonlight's just got way too much momentum at their back right now.
Nolan needs to buy a lottery ticket with the way they're playing this 96 gal. I mean, just domination, and it seems like they're able to use the RNG to their favor. Look how often they pop into squid mode there, reset that RNG, make sure that they're always keeping like their reticle on where they need to be looking. Just phenomenal gameplay, as you called it out there. And Tempest has not really touched the tower in this game either, just because of the constant hold forward domination Moonlight's been able to showcase. So some great stuff coming out here, and with 2 minutes left on tournament, I mean, it's hard to see this game going another direction. Tempest needs to wake up again.
Well, yeah, I think this might... I mean, we've seen Tempest do this before, but those were in Rainmaker. And the tower control one worked out in their favor earlier in the set when these two teams were playing against each other. Not so much more now when Moonlight has been getting these huge leads and been holding on to map control. Tempest is just going to have to find ways to get a lot of splats, like a wipeout at this point, just so they can get moving. Because they got 2 checkpoints that they got to clear in 1:30 to do it. And oh, here comes the Kraken, because the Kraken didn't get killed off, so that disperses everything. And what is, my goodness, like, what do you do about that, honestly? Like, Nolan's Nolan knows how to aim that thing with the weapon. The Kraken is just forcing you to run for your life, and it doesn't help you at all. Like, it just seems unfair.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been seeing a lot of range specials so much from Tempest come out. We have the jetpack, but it's not quite enough. So seeing different special uses would be great, but it doesn't matter. It's too late to hit the drawing board because everyone on Moonlight working as a team, able to just in perfect harmony here, keep moving forward, find the picks as they need to. There are 45 seconds on the timer, and Moonlight does not want to see them. They're gonna knock this thing out. Go home. Maybe hit the bed. That's it. Moonlight 3-0 in a bracket reset. They're taking Proving Ground 17.
Moonlight, welcome to competitive Splatoon. We see you. We saw you announce your team on Twitter at the beginning of the week, and we see you take control of this tournament, eliminating Tempest back-to-back in 3-1 fashion in 2 straight sets and getting fist bumps across the board. Moonlight, it's going to be fun watching these guys continue to grow and move forward. What a statement they made in this tournament. Nicely done to them.
What did I say, Poppins? Did I not say 3-1?
You said a lot of different things, and honestly, I wasn't paying attention to most of it. So
it was 3-1. They win 3-1.
Well, congratulations. Good for you. This isn't about you. This is about Moonlight overcoming the odds, overcoming back-to-back heartbreaking losses on Rainmaker the Museum, and using the 96 gal. It wasn't just Nolan. We talked about Nolan a lot because Nolan basically looked like a cheat code throughout this entire set. But combine it with Basil playing out of their mind. Shadow, my goodness.
What?
Look at that.
Shadow? 21 picks with an NZAP that game.
21-3 with the NZAP was Shadow. Basil only died 2 times. And of course you got Omega, who's been playing fantastic when they have a lot of paint to work with as well. Moonlight's going to be a problem. I'm not sitting here saying that, okay, so there's like all these stupid, top level, mid level, high level, like none of those things are actually real. But Moonlight, for anybody that's not a one of the big 3, you know, like Starburst, Alliance Rogue, Jackpot, anybody that's not in that category, Moonlight's going to be a problem for them.
You know what, Popkin? Low level's not real. It can't hurt you. So, wake up tomorrow. Go make your coffee.
They're going to try to hurt me tomorrow.
Don't think about any major event that's happening tomorrow. Not real.
You know, it's today. It's freaking
no!
Monday already.
Don't say that. Saturday. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, let's we gotta go to bed. Our staff needs to go to bed. Elemental needs to go to bed. Let's call this a day. Where can people find you, Brush?
You can find me on Twitter or on leechess.org at brushstrokesspl. I recommend the latter, but you can do either. Popgun.
What is your do you play Blitz or Rapid?
I don't actually play on that account. I play on my IRL chess.com account, and it's been a steady decline since pandemic. I've lost I've lost 400 ratings since pandemic, but we don't need to talk about it.
Brush, that was 3 years.
I know, it's been bad. It's been a long 3 years.
You can find me going to bed after I answer some more questions in the Low Ink Help Desk, or Twitter at Mr_Popgun. Hey, you can find me and Brush basically running the biggest tournament known to mankind over the course of this weekend, and you'll want to stick around right here. Come back to this channel 12 hours from now, and we'll go live with Low Ink. You can see us here again. From everybody here with Proving Grounds, the head TOs for this event, Toasty and Wolf, and all the other staff, our lovely and talented producer behind the streams, Elemental. We thank you for watching. We'll the next Proving Grounds will be at some point. I don't know. I'm not gonna be here for it. But congratulations to Moonlight. We'll see you guys at the next Proving Grounds. Take care.